Oh Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Coram, Crowder, Danielson,
Morning.
Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Here.
Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams,
Excused.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Senator Court, Mr. President.
Here. With 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused, and 1 esteemed colleague joining us, we have a quorum. Members, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend Senate Rule 1B to allow someone other than a senator to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Senate Rule 1B will be suspended to allow someone other than a senator to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, this morning we are honored to have Senator Hill's daughters, Ellis and Eleanor, here to join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Approval of the journal. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of June 10th be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee reports.
June 11, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1415 be referred to committee to hold. The favorable recommendation. June 11, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1403 be referred to committee to hold. The favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 11, 2020, Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1213 be referred to committee to hold. The favorable recommendation placed on the consent calendar.
Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 224, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 95, 22, 223, and 224, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 162, 213, 218, 220, and 221, correctly revised. House Bill 1017, 1053, 1065, 1085, 1200, 1312, 1407, 1408, 1409, 1411, 1412, 1413, 1414, 1416, 1417, and 1418. Correctly revised, House Bill 1002, 1119, 1143, 1184, 1207, 1211, 1218, 1219, 1285, 1286, 1290, 1293, 1336, 1343, 1347, 1376, 1402, and 1404. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 29, 33, 35, 118, and 120, Senate Memorial 2.
Message from the House.
The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1135, 1313, 1302, 1345, 1003, 1022, 1236, 1215, 1230, 1183, and has repassed the bills as so amended.
Members, we are now going to proceed to allowing the tributes to be read for our members who will no longer be joining us here in the Senate. We will start off with Senator Court. Mr. Carpenter, please read the tribute to Senator Court.
The Colorado Senate, convened in the second regular session of the 72nd General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to Senator Lois Court. Senator Court was elected to serve in the 67th, 68th, 69th, 70th, 71st, and 72nd General Assemblies, where she represented her fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During her tenure with the Senate, she served with distinction as President pro tempore of the Senate, as Chair of the Senate Finance Committee, as Vice Chair of the Senate State, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee, and as a member of the Legislative Council Committee. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Court's exemplary service to our great state and wish her well in her future endeavors. Given the 16th day of January, 2020, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. Signed, Leroy M. Garcia, President of the Senate.
Why don't we start with Senator Court?
Mr. President, did you want me to speak?
Yes, please, go ahead. I know it's been some time since you've addressed the body, so the floor is all yours, Senator Court.
I just want to thank all of you for including me on this day. It's wonderful to see many of you. I can't see you really well, but I can see several of you, and it's wonderful to participate. It was a horrendous experience to contract Guillaume Barret and have to resign as abruptly as I did. But I know that the people of my district and you colleagues in my caucus and across the aisle are in good hands with Senator Chris Hansen. So although I am sorely disappointed to not be there with you during this session, even under the trying circumstances, I'm thrilled that you are moving forward with things that matter so much to me, like the repeal of Gallagher. Thank you all for your votes on that. Those of you who didn't vote for it, you'll hear from me later. And I appreciate all the hard work you're all doing to advance Colorado in this trying times. And I appreciate the camaraderie and the wonderful support I've gotten from all of you, especially during this last 6 months. Thank you.
Members, we will now open the floor for commentary or comments on Senator Court. Senator Quorum is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor for me to be the first to come to talk about a good friend. A good friend that I met 10 years ago. Never met her till the first day of the House of Representatives. And we served on a committee together, State Affairs. And I was Vice Chair of State Affairs. And the good senator sat to my immediate left, which is where she belonged. But we really struck up a trust and a friendship. And I have told everyone, and Senator Court, I'm going to let you finish the statement for us. But I've told everyone from my district and throughout the state that Senator Court and I are like an old married couple. Now, Senator, do you want to explain why we're like an old married couple?
I'd be happy to if I'd be allowed to, Mr. President.
Senator Court is recognized.
Well, we're like an old married couple because we love each other completely. There's no question about that. We fight like hell, and we never have sex, just like an old married couple.
Thank you. Just like an old married couple. But truly, it has been an honor to call her my friend, and I was devastated when I heard her diagnosis because I had 3 friends that had went through that. And they didn't recover from it. And so I was devastated. And when I got back in session and she got home and I went over to see her and she met me at the door, and it was so exciting. But you know, I think there's a simple explanation of why Senator Court recovered from this as doing so well. There's lots of theories, you know, there's medical miracles and everything, but my theory was, I don't think the Lord wanted her and the devil was afraid of her. Bye.
Senator Lee is recognized, followed by Senator Hansen.
Oops. Can you hear me? Lois, I love you. You are absolutely remarkable. Lois Court is the archetype of what a legislator should be. She and I officed together for 6 years in the House. We had to get a divorce when she went to the Senate because the rules prevent senators and House members from officing together. But she initially brought me under her wing because of our interest in electoral reform, the inviolability of the right to vote, and the absolute sanctity of the Colorado Constitution. Over 6 years serving with her on judiciary and on finance, we became really good friends as well as political and confidence. As caucus chair and as the leader of the House Democrats, she really was a continuing zealous advocate, particularly in the areas of reform of Gallagher and Tabor. Lois Court taught me to be a person with a deep understanding of the evils of some of the challenges that Tabor has and the impact that it has on us. She is absolutely fervently committed to her constituents. She is a zealous advocate for the issues she believes in, including things like right to die and Gallagher repeal. If there were more people like Lois Court in the Senate, in politics, the world would be a better place. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you, and I'm glad you have now become a zealous advocate for restorative justice.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And members, I find myself in a particular situation in that I came to join you a little earlier than I thought because of Senator Court's unfortunate diagnosis. What I am join all of you in celebrating is her amazing recovery. And I'm so glad to see her back on 7th Avenue walking her dog. She is out every morning recovering, gaining strength, and you can see it on her cheery face this morning. And I'm glad to join you in having a chance to send her off properly from her service in the Senate. I may hold the record for hearing the anti-Tabor speech more times than anyone else on the planet because we were always at the same meetings in East Denver. I first met Senator Court at a HD6 meeting when she was the representative back in 2012. And if I had a nickel for every time I got to hear the Tabor speech, it would certainly exceed our salary here in the Senate. But the great news is she has recovered. She has been a friend and mentor for me each step of the way. I thank her so much for showing me what public service looks like. what it means to serve constituents, what it means to go door by door by door in House District 6 and now in Senate District 31. That is what puts us here. That is why we are here. Those are our bosses, and she never forgets that. She has never forgotten that. She never let me forget that. And I said yesterday when we were talking about the Gallagher accompanying bill and a few remarks, I think the metaphor that works so well in these situations is that of the relay race and the baton. And she handed me the baton a little quicker than I thought, but she handed me the baton, and I'm honored to pick that up and run with it, with you, with this chamber, on behalf of each of our districts. And she ran the race, she ran it well. She served this state faithfully, and I thank her for her service.
Senator Fields, followed by Senator Janal.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and my dear friend, Senator Lois Court. I met Representative Court in 2010 when I was elected to serve in the House of Representatives. And during that time, we were paired up. We had mentors. Lois Court has been my mentor since I came into office. And it is impossible for me to count all the ways in which you have helped me navigate the political environment. From the very beginning, she taught me how important it was to be present in my community, to make sure I was raising money, to make sure that I would win my race. And then she taught me the importance of making sure that my policies were mature enough to present. And to do that, that means that I had to study. I had to make sure that I had meetings with stakeholders. You taught me that. So I'm so very thankful for the woman I am now serving compared to the woman I was back in 2010. And I kind of give you all the credit for what you've done to help me to be who I am as a senator. Now, the good senator who's on the screen, who represents El Paso County, said that he loved you. But I love you more. I love you to the moon and back. I can tell you we miss you down here. One of the things I haven't been able to model after you is that your ability to just to speak what's on your heart. Sometimes there's no filter. But I've learned how to filter my words a little bit, but I want to get to the point where I'm just like you, just to speak the truth to power whenever you have a chance. I miss you, I love you, and I'm so glad you're much better and you're well. Bye.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Court, it's so good to see you. Love you. First time I met Representative Court was when I got elected to the House in 2013. I had never met Senator Court before, but I'm honored to have had you and continue to have you in my life path. The other adventure, I've had several adventures with Senator Court. One of them was in Italy. Do you remember that, Senator
Yes.
Court? We were both in Italy in the summer of 2013, and I was hiking the Dolomites, and Lois was somewhere in that area. We didn't know exactly where each other were, but Lois gave me some GPS points, and I wondered where the heck I was going, and ended up in a beautiful little town somewhere near the Dolomites in northern Italy. And we had a great lunch together, and have some really awesome pictures to share with you of that, finally, I guess. But that was my first encounter with the adventures in Italy with Senator Court, and it turned out to be awesome. Senator Court, I want to thank you for your guidance and your help in regard to the end-of-life options. And I know we went through that twice, and it was very difficult, and we had a lot of pushback. But when the people spoke about what they wanted and their choice, we won. They won. So thank you for having me be a part of the end-of-life options. To this day, I have people that thank me, and I'm sure you do too, for that very important piece of legislation and a ballot initiative, which eventually became legislation. But I miss you, and you look wonderful, and I hope that in the near future I get to come visit you soon. But I love you too. And I want to thank you for everything that you have done, not just for helping me through this path at the Capitol, but also for the many people that you have helped with your legislation. See you soon. Thank you.
Senator Priolo, followed by Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm not wearing my mask because just so former Senator Court can hear me clearly. I really miss Senator Court. We both came in as freshmen the same year along with Senator Williams, and I still have the freshman photo in my office at home, and we both look so much younger in that photo back then. We had some very spirited debates, which I treasure in House Finance through the years, of the pro-cons of Tabor, and they went on, and they were a lot of fun. But I will have to say my favorite photo, one of my favorite photos in life, and you can still find it online. I think Getty Images was there the day that we did the same eulogy when we were leaving the House. There's a photo of me presenting her Tabor framed, and I think she told me she kept it behind her door in her office to show it respect. So that's a photo I'll always treasure. I also treasure her coming down in the well and telling the story of how her family got their name when her father came over, I believe, many years ago, and I don't remember the original name. Like my family, they changed their name when they came over, but I think the story goes her father thought court, meant justice, and that was a really, really good name. So I was very sad to find out earlier this year that we wouldn't be able to spend this session together, knowing she was planning on stepping down anyway, but really enjoyed serving with her and joking around and count her as a friend, and I'm looking forward to continuing to stay in touch long after we're done legislating. And sharing a lot of those war stories from the House and the Senate. So, Senator Court, we're glad you're doing better, and you were missed very much, and look forward to still being engaged on issues, both of us, in the future. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen, followed by Senator Todd.
Oh.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Lolo, it's great to be able to honor you today. I'm really glad that we have the chance with you not being here. So I met Lois during advocacy long ago, but got to really know her when I was first running for office in 2012. I can't believe that was 8 years ago already. But running for the first time, I was absolutely terrified. And I remember sitting down with Lois Court to do call time, and she said, at every call that I did, she would say, "No, Brittany, you do X, Y, and Z. You send the letter, you ask this, period." And she helped train me on how to campaign, how to be relentless. When we were finally made it past the election, as you know, we always called her Caucus Mama, even before she was actually the caucus chair, because she always kept us in line. She called us her kids. She would tell us to be quiet when we were being loud. I know some people, for me, that reminded me of my grandma. My grandma was a really strong woman, and Lois Court was one of those strong women who really impacted my life. She helped mentor me as a young legislator throughout my time in the House. She always believed in me, pushed me to do better. We've been through a lot of battles, a lot of yelling, a lot of celebrations, and she will always tell you exactly where you stand with her and why she's upset or why she supports it. There's never any question about where Lois stands. But I really just want to thank you for being a mentor for me in this challenging job, for always believing in me. And some of the fond memories that I have, especially in the House, as you know, we do Hummers. And Senator Quorum played Lois Court. And you might especially remember the Nerf balls that he had, I believe, is what you used? The Nerf footballs. And we always, the whole thing was about the legacy of Lois Court, about how if you went to Finance Committee with a tax credit, you better expect to have a sunset. She was a fiscal hawk, made sure that we were always looking out for our budget in Colorado. And you will be known for many things. Your legacy, the legacy of Lois Court, we're going to miss you. But we know that you will be texting us, telling us exactly what we're doing wrong, what we need to do better, and I know you'll continue to be there. We love you, Lois.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, my friend. We were just sitting on your front stoop, was that Friday, I think it was, and watching Shiloh play ball with herself while we continued to go on and on with conversations. And I think one of the things that I want to say to you today, Lois, is that I think the funniest thing probably is that people continued to mix you and I up just because of hair color. And that I still will find people in the halls that will say to me, "Oh, you're back." And I said, "Where was I?" And they said, "Oh, no, you're not Lois Court." And I said, "You're right, I'm not Lois Court, and I didn't leave yet." But one of the things that I want to really share with you today is the number of people who have come to me, whether it's at the Capitol or walking along back to the car or wherever, that say, "How's Lois doing? What do you know? How's she doing? We really miss her." And that is not just from legislators and lobbyists, but it is also from many of the staff members in the Capitol, the sergeants, the custodial staff. I know Marilyn Edens absolutely loved you to pieces in the House. We served together in the House, and then was pleased when you joined me here in the Senate. But the real person that you are is a person that does not look at people's labels, does not look at who someone is for criteria to categorize how they get your time and get your attention. You have the gift of charity, you have the gift of love and acceptance, and it has been a real blessing for me to get to serve with you. I wish you and Pat well and your family. God bless you, and it has been wonderful to get to serve with you in both chambers. Thanks, Lois.
Senator Crowder, followed by the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Lois, you look good. I'm going to relay a couple memories that I have of what has happened. I had a bill up in a committee that she was on one time, and I forget what brought the circumstances up, but somebody was testifying, and they made a comment about old gray hairs. I don't know if you remember that or not. Needless to say, my bill was killed. I told Lois afterwards, I said, "It's not that you have gray hair, Lois, it's you are mature. I wouldn't consider ever thinking that Lois Court was old, because she's not. You know, she's been a bright spot in this chamber for a lot of years. And, you know, the other thing I'd like to talk to you about is we talk about lobbyists once in a while, but you've never been lobbied until Lois Court comes to you and lobbies you. You know, very forceful, and I just, you know, I've really, I've had a lot of respect for you over the years, and I like the way that you treat people, very blunt, and hope you do well where you're at. You know, it's just not the same here without you, but I, you know, hope for your speedy recovery completely, and just for you to know that you are missed here, and you will always be a bright spot in my memory of this place. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the first day of this session, I offered the words to Senator Court, thank you for your sense of humor, your tenacity, your extensive institutional memory. My family and I will continue to pray for your healing and full recovery. God bless you, friend. I had the opportunity to serve with Representative and then Senator Court, both in the House and the Senate. A couple of things that I remember and have stuck with me in my time in the two chambers. My first 2 years were in the majority, and then my second 2 years in the House were in the minority. And a ruling of the chair or something happened one day in the House chamber, and I was not happy with that. And Representative Court looked me in the eye and said, "You guys did that to us too." And I remembered that. When I came to the Senate, I was blessed to be in the majority, and then my third and fourth year to be the Senate Majority Leader. And one of the things that I constantly reminded myself of were those words from Senator Court. Certainly not perfect, but in any challenging situation, to try to think of a way through that situation that Lois might not come back and say, well, you guys did it to us too. One of the things that I have learned and appreciated about Senator Court is that, especially in positions of leadership, she isn't afraid to have a conversation with someone on the other side of the aisle or in the other chamber. This is something that we lose because of term limits in our legislature. When a statesman or stateswoman in this General Assembly learns to have that kind of confidence and the positive outcome that can be achieved by having a conversation with someone on the other side of the aisle and even in the other chamber, when you learn that, very quickly it's time to leave. And we lose that. If there's one thing that I could convey to you as a leader in this chamber that I've learned from Senator Lois Court, it is don't be afraid to go have a conversation with someone with whom you might disagree in the well. You might vote differently, but give yourself the opportunity to talk to each other and listen to each other, just in a room by yourself, not with cameras or microphones, but just the two of you. Give yourself the opportunity to speak frankly and to hold those conversations in a confidential way. Allow the other person to leave that conversation and do or say what he or she has to do and expect the same in return. But if you can have a goal in mind, my experience in this building is there's hardly anything more effective than having a one-on-one conversation with someone with whom you might disagree. Senator Court, thank you for being a mentor and a teacher in that regard. God bless you and your full recovery.
Senator Marble.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Lois, my state affairs buddy. We really do miss you down here. Your energy is unmatched. You really have a glowing aura about you, and I have to say, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz. And Strawman, I think I'm going to miss you most. You weren't here for the session, and I sure wish you were. Just like Lucia, just like Sherry, just like Nancy. It's something about women our age. We are pretty blunt. And we do have an understanding that life is bigger than anything. And if you don't get out what you need to say, you're never going to be heard. And boy, you never had a problem with that. And neither did Lucia. And Sherry had a way that was a little bit different. Everybody, all the oldies, but you guys are goodies. You're gone, but you're never forgotten. You're part of what I am going to carry for the rest of my life, away from here. Your personality and Sherry's and Lucia, you really made a difference in the air of the Capitol. We're never going to see that again, because your directness and ability to have the conversations about anything, it seems that opportunity for openness is gone. And it's left with you. I remember so well when we were having the discussions about who can hug or touch who here. And you, like me, was, well, I'm going to hug whoever I want to hug, because you're just like that. Nobody took offense to a hug from Lois ever. But we're walled off and categorized now, and you're gone, and Lucia's gone, and Sherry's gone. Nancy's to follow, and it's like a generation that we so need to keep here is never going to return. And Lois, you are an incredible human being, filled with energy and life, conversation, love, bluntness, which I adore. And I just want to say, knowing you has made me definitely a better person. And I would rather be with you fighting in fights that mean a lot, in having those direct, blunt conversations, and remember that for the rest of my life. And like I said, this has been a real transformation for me. But I cannot say honestly that I do not think of you without thinking of Lucia and Sherry too. I don't know, there's something about it. You guys are incredible. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your blunt directness and for not categorizing and letting people speak. It is what is the most important thing about this building, and I'm afraid that we're losing it. Thank you so much. We love you, Lois.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to see Lois rather than look at whatever camera's on. Yeah, I'm really bummed out that you've not been here. And, you know, if Senator Quorum was your cantankerous capital spouse, I appreciate you welcoming me as your prodigal Gentile son. So thank you for that. And obviously, you know, we had a lot of interesting conversations, meaningful conversations about theories of government, powers of the different branches of government, the role of the Constitution, and I'll always be very grateful to have those kinds of conversations because sometimes you don't have those kinds of conversations down here. And I'll remember those, and I always remember just kind of like the little funny things where we'd be in a committee and I would give you some inconvenient truth and you give me a special sign on your nose, or was it just a scratch on the nose? That's what it was. To let me know, like a good mom, where you were kind of zapping me with kind of a cattle prod there. So thank you for all that. And I just want to say finally, thank you for a lot of the emotional support you gave me when you were here. And I look forward to seeing you very soon after we're done here. Thank you, Lois.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say thank you, Lois, for everything you have been in this institution and everything that you are. I remember the first time I really had we sat on state affairs together, and there's probably not a better kind of crash course in this place than immediately as a freshman going into state affairs and just kind of sitting back and watching what happens. And I remember a few of you there, and it was state affairs is a tough committee. It's sometimes draining and super emotional, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. But you also made it a lot of fun, and I'm incredibly grateful for that experience being my kind of orientation into the legislative process, is sitting on that committee next to you every day. Thank you for all of the snacks that you would bring to the State Affairs Committee. You would always share a random Triscuit when I forgot to bring food and we were there at 11 p.m. still. I love how when I came to this place, and you know, this is a formal institution. It's big and it's solid. It's made out of rock, and there are so many rules that aren't even necessarily written down, but you just always have to follow and learn about them, and it's so easy to make mistakes. And then I remember getting probably on my first day on State Affairs, sitting with you and realizing, maybe actually you don't have to follow all those rules. Because Lois knows when to follow rules and when it's okay to let those rules slide a little bit for the sake of humanity and relationship, and finding something a little bit deeper about this work that we do than just the rules that govern us. And I remember thinking, man, this is a stiff place, but Lois Court is probably the most inappropriate person I've ever met in my life. And it made me feel a little bit more comfortable and let my guard down immediately. And then, of course, I met Don Coram, and I was like, Don's much more inappropriate than Lois, but they're two peas in a pod. But thank you for that. Thank you for that informal lesson that I think you've given so many of us to take the work seriously, but not take ourselves too seriously. And I think it's a really important lesson, especially when the stress is high and the pressure is on. And I don't think anybody has exemplified that more than you, Lois. I love how old school you are, while, I mean, you are the old school politician. You are someone who truly understands and values and mastered working with constituents and going door to door and what it means to grassroots fundraise. And I think you have been that person that understands the bedrock principles of the work that we do, but at the same time adds a little Lois Court twist to it and makes it new and fresh. Thank you, and I love that you're such a purist in some ways. Sometimes I hated it, but in general, I love that you're such a purist. But at the same time, I think the thing that I've learned the most from you is how you keep in mind some perspective, and you've taught all of us, I think, that lesson. And I think probably in these last few months, you've taught that to me more than I've learned it from you over the last several years. And I remember when I found out that you were diagnosed, and I was actually in the hospital because of the birth of my daughter. And it was the most amazing and scary moment of my life. And I remember getting a phone call, I think from the president, and saying, "Have you heard about Lois?" And it was a very surreal moment for me, because I went downstairs to leave the maternity ward, and I was kind of just in the downstairs area where there is kind of the emergency intake. And it was just such an odd juxtaposition of being upstairs with my brand new daughter, nothing but joy and terror, and then going downstairs to take this phone call from the president and hearing that Lois was in the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And it was a very strange moment to sort of literally be in between these two floors of absolute joy and a new life, and then getting this news downstairs in the hospital about Lois. And I immediately texted you, Lois, and I didn't think you were going to get this text message, or I didn't know if you were awake or what the condition really was at that point. And I just remember you writing back and saying, "Thanks for checking in on me, but how's that damn daughter of yours? And that's what's important right now." And immediately you were texting me, and you were telling people that the prognosis was bad and that you weren't sure if you were going to recover. But in the same breath, you asked about my new baby girl. And when I eventually talked to you on the phone that day or the next day, even though you were Lois Court, you were the person that is sitting back there and was always committed, and like I said, was a purist in many ways and was so committed, you immediately said, "Yeah, I'm not going back. I'm not going to be back in the Senate." You had made your mind up right away because you had this sense of perspective of what's important. And in some ways, we have committed our lives to this. We are all masochists for going into this line of work in some ways. But you are someone who reminds us that you got to keep perspective and keep in mind what is important for you. And in so many ways, I think you taught me as my other Jewish mother, the family and taking care of each other is incredibly important, and just as important, if not more important, than the work that we do every single day, paying attention to the rules, passing bills, and doing the work. And so thank you for the legacy that you've had on this institution for reminding us of that. Thank you for the legacy and the impact you have had on my life and helping me remember every time I'm here and I go home, and that juxtaposition of being in the belly of the beast sometimes when things are stressful here, but then I go home and I see the joy of my daughter, and remembering the lesson that you taught me, that you got to keep things in perspective and to pay attention to what matters. And so thank you for that lesson that you've given all of us. I just have one last thing to say. Thank you, Lois. We love you so, so much, and we're so glad that you're doing better.
Madam President Pro Tem, Sir Court, when I first met you in the House, you were assigned to me to be my mentor along with Ed Vigil, And for those of you who know Ed V. Hill, he was a tremendous mentor along with Lois Court. They both served as my mentors in the House. Liked and loved almost everything about you except the fact that you had to schedule things still on a paper calendar, which made it very difficult. I remember when you came over to the Senate, as Senator Lee said, that you wanted to stay over in the House in the same office, and we had to work very hard to convince you that that is not the way it could be, and that you had to join us over here in the Senate. It was such a great addition to have you here, and obviously have you as the President Pro Tem of the Senate. You will never know how much you helped me personally and our team in all that we worked through. I too remember when I had first talked to you and how difficult it was to hear that you were going through this medical challenge. And I reached out to you and said, I want to go see you right away. And you said, I don't really want visitors, but come on by. I met you several times, and I remember how much you talked about how you were pushing the doctors to do more and more and more, and that they were saying, you got to take it easy, you have to take it easy, you have to be slow in your approach.
I don't do slow.
You don't do slow. And I remember you said things like that. It was amazing to hear your spirit then and the tenacity you have. You know, to me, you've been, as so many have said, what Michelle and the boys and I would refer to as Mama Court. But you've been more than Mama Court to us. You've been a fierce advocate. You've been a lawmaker that has changed Colorado for the better. And for your dedication and love in support of not only the General Assembly, but to all Coloradans. Senator Court, we present you this tribute that says, Lois Court, representative from 2009 to 2016, and senator from 2017 to 2020. Madam President Pro Tem, thank you for all your years of service. We will now hear the tribute for Senator Owen Hill. Mr. Carpenter, please read the tribute for Senator Hill.
The Colorado Senate, convened in the second regular session of the 72nd General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to Senator Owen Hill. Senator Hill was elected to serve in the 69th, 70th, 71st, and 72nd General Assemblies, where he represented his fellow citizens with honor and dignity. During his tenure with the Senate, he served with distinction as the chair of the Senate Education Committee, as vice chair of the Senate Finance Committee and School Finance Interim Committee, and as a member of the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, as well as the Legislative Audit and Joint Technology Committees. The citizens of Colorado and the members of the Senate express gratitude for Senator Hill's exemplary service to our great state, and we wish him well in his future endeavors. Given this 11th day of June 2020, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed Leroy M. Garcia, President of the Senate.
Members, we will now hear from those who wish to give tribute to Senator Hill. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, with your indulgence, these remarks are too personal to be delivered through a mask, so I will draw mine down. Senator Hill is many things, a quick wit. If you're going to punch him, knock him out, because the second round of the conversation he will win. He is a vibrant intellect. He is well-read, from the classics to poetry to white papers on economics, and he will frequently offer to bore you to sleep with his thoughts around economics and matters of that nature. He is a warrior. I think it's in his nature, and that nature was probably refined with his time at the United States Air Force Academy, the United States Air Force. And quite frankly, his warrior nature was honed here as well in the Colorado Senate. But I would suggest that perhaps the greatest measure of a man is his family. And if you've met Caden and Miette and Ellis and Eleanor, who are with us here today, and his charming wife, Emily, you know the measure of the man. For me personally, Senator Hill, and this is odd because I'm probably almost 30 years his senior. Okay, well, 10, 5. I'm a lot older than Senator Hill, but it's odd that someone so much younger than I would be a mentor. But he has in many ways been a mentor to me, and for that I'm grateful. He's also a co-laborer. We have worked together on behalf of opportunity, liberty, and quite frankly, logic and thought. Sometimes we lose our ways and become unmoored from logic, and we don't necessarily stop to think. We're driven, quite frankly, by the impulses of the political nature and what people expect of us. And I've always enjoyed the fact that Senator Hill has worked diligently to bring us back to logic and deep thought. But most of all, I would acknowledge Senator Hill as a friend. I am grateful for his friendship. I want to close with a reading of a poem. And this poem is significant because I think it speaks to Senator Hill's attention to the temporal and his commitment to the eternal. It's a poem entitled Ozymandias by Percy, unpronounceable middle name, Bysshe Shelley. And the poem is such. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well these passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing besides remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. I would be remiss if I didn't offer up a treat, but it's not actually much of a treat because it's kind of routine for Senator Hill, but I have here a Punch Maduro wrapped cigar, which you may enjoy later today. Senator Hill, it is my honor to count you as a mentor, a co-laborer, and friend. Senator Owen Hill.
Senator Crowder, followed by Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's quite an honor to be here speaking for Owen Hill. I was thinking back, a couple stories I'd like to relay about Owen Hill. For those of you that remember Ted Harvey, this was quite a few years ago. Ted Harvey is promoting a bill right here where I'm at, and I forget what the bill was about, but the circumstances that day was what I remembered. And if those that knew Ted Harvey, he was very vocal. He talked a lot. So Owen Hill come down here and he says, I can't understand why any Republican would ever vote for this bill. And I'm telling you, Ted Harvey was speechless the rest of the day. I think that Owen's sense of humor and the way that he approached things at that time was really amazing. Because it's, those that know Owen, he is very analytic, he's very intelligent, and he's done a lot to advance the state. And I've really, it's been an honor to serve with him. We come in together, and we'll go out together. And I think that's going to be one of the memories I have of this place is Owen Hill. Last year I had him come down, or invited him to the opening of a railroad. They have it's a Rio Grande Toltec Scenic Railroad. And I invited him down with his family. And I was just about ready to leave, but Owen hadn't showed up yet. So he texted me and he indicated that even though he ran senatorial plates on his car, the state patrol did not think he should be speeding 75 into 70 or 65. He made it there in time and he got on the train. But Owen, it's been a pleasure knowing you. And I've really appreciated not only you, but your family, as well as your father-in-law, who's a Vietnam veteran also. So, you know, as an Air Force graduate of Air Force Academy, I think you've done well. I think you've served your state well. And I think you are a very good, decent human being. Thank you very much.
I have Senator Fields, followed by Senator Pedersen and Senator Todd.
Senator Hill, my fondest memories of you has always been watching you be father and daddy. Every time I see you and you have your girls here, it makes me celebrate the importance of the role that we all have as parents. I can tell when I look in your daughter's eyes that they absolutely adore you and you adore them. Our children are the greatest gift to the future. And watching you be dad reminds me of the importance of our role of shaping the future for tomorrow. So I just want you to know that even though you voted no on all of my bills, maybe, you always gave me the rationale as to why. And the quote that kind of keeps in my mind is it's a good idea, but the wrong approach. So I just want to thank you for your service to the state of Colorado and continue to be the good dad and father that you are.
Senator Pedersen, followed by Senator Todd, and then Senator Quorum's in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to have the opportunity to say my memories and what I'm going to miss about you here in the Senate. It's sad to see that this is going to be your last year here with us. I actually got to know Senator Hill when I was chair of the House Education Committee. And you know, he always met with me to understand what we were trying to get done, always saw me as a person, tried to hear me out, didn't always support all of the bills that we sent your way. But we were able to work together in different chambers and accomplish really big things. And that was because you were willing to look at things a little bit differently. That it wasn't just a taking an order on how you were supposed to vote because of the party you represented or because of where people stood. And so I appreciate that you were willing to think creatively about policy, to look at things a little different, always hear me out, maybe not always agree, but I really appreciate the things that we were able to get done together. And there are so many things that I know without you here wouldn't have happened. And so, unfortunately, we didn't get to work as much together my time in the Senate, ironically, just because we weren't on the same committees. But thank you for always seeing me as a person, to be willing to cross those party lines, to challenge ideas, and thank you for your service. We're going to miss you.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hill. Senator Hill is an enigma. He is, I think, one of the most interesting people I have been able to work with at the Capitol and get to know. And I think what makes him so interesting is that there's this one side that is a graduate of the Air Force Academy. And so you kind of think, okay, he's he's regimented, he's disciplined, he loves America, he is a patriot. And then there's this other side that I think is kind of a wild man. And that is the piece that I think a lot of times we don't know and don't get to see. I can envision, and he had shared this at one point, he and his wife, maybe right after they got married, riding off on a motorcycle, both of them smoking cigars. And I think that picture shows me the humanity of who you are. In education, we've been able to work together for the last 8 years. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but we have never been disagreeable with each other. I think there's an underlying respect and a regard for one another and our differences and our joint views. The one thing we have in common is we want the best for people. We want the best for our children and for their future. It is an absolute delight to have your kids come to the Capitol. It is an absolute heartwarming time for me to be able to see your beautiful daughters and your wonderful young son and their love, their affinity, and their respect and regard of how you have raised them. And I think so many of the things that we talk about are policy, but more important, what I take away from the time that we've been able to share together is those moments that you've showed me, pictures that your children have, something they've done, something that is unique, rebuilding in the bedroom for your girls, the cookies that they baked for you, the love notes that they have written, any and all of those pieces. And as we've talked about, the most important investment we make is our marriages and our children, in my opinion, and you have done that, and you've done it well. I think probably the funniest moment that I recall is when we were in education and you did, and is it the lotus position, the yoga on the desk, and we were all like, holy cow. Number one, strength, flexibility, and it was just, hey, seeing is believing. And so I guess what I take away in these 8 years that we have shared together is that we have grown to be friends. I love getting a text in the middle of the night, hey, just drove through Kansas, saw the Jayhawks and thought of you. And being able to know that beyond these walls, our friendship has continued. I wish you well. I wish you and your family good health, love forever, and joy. God bless you, and it's been an honor to serve with you. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably one of those days that you should buy the lottery ticket again. Senator Hill, it always makes me smile when you bring your children to the floor. You have a great family. And, you know, your leaving is actually going to be a little bit of a problem for me, because who in the hell am I going to fight with on this side of the aisle next year? You know, you always talk about Senator Hill that, you know, he's always gets the last word. But last year, a day after we had a little difference of opinion, I walked up to Owen and I said, Senator Hill, let me tell you your problem. You're a lot like me. And he could not say a word. So if you ever want to use that, you're welcome to it. But by that I mean, I think we're both very strong individuals, and we truly believe what we believe, and we're not going to be bullied into changing our minds. And sir, for that I respect you. Have a great life.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, colleagues. I'll be brief. I don't want to be redundant. We've talked about Senator Hill long enough, I think. But couldn't let it go without giving you my personal thanks, Senator Hill. There are a few people I think that we're all going to have met during our very brief period of time here that you just kind of know you're going to stay in touch with afterwards, that you know you're going to get together and break bread with. And Senator Hill is on that list of folks for myself. He has been a mentor for me, for sure, but not in the way you might think. I'm sure he's helped with policy and helping me hone my own principles. But what Senator Hill has done is really opened my eyes to the fact that this is a season. And for some of us, it's a long season in our life. For some of us, it's a short season. But none of us are going to be here for 25 years or 35 years. This is a season. We all had lives before this. We're all going to have lives after this. And Senator Hill has been the person that has made sure that I stayed married, that my kids still know who their father is, and that I've really been able to keep perspective outside of this building. And a big part of that is conversations that I've had with Senator Hill. So thank you for that. You don't realize it, but you've made one person's life better, for sure. I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that we can call each other friends, and I look forward to getting together afterwards.
Senator Priola, followed by Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to rise in respect and remembrance of our colleague, Senator Hill, and he will definitely be missed. I have marveled at his intelligence and intellect since the first day I met him. I feel like kind of losing someone my same generation, my same age here on this side of the aisle, and who will be missed for that as well. Enjoyed discussions about family and how we were similar that way. Even discussions about your wife's perspective on some of the bills I run. That was interesting last year. And we had a great time on Ed Committee. I'll always treasure those times, and we didn't always agree, but you ran that committee very well, and they were some pretty good years. I think in many ways, Senator Hill and I are similar but dissimilar. We definitely represent the counties we represent well, but they are diametrically opposed. Adams County and El Paso County don't have a lot of similarities, but I think we both come from the same place of thinking outside of the box, striving for something better, and trying to come at issues from a different perspective than the average person would think of. And I promise you, Senator Hill, I will take your advice on social media, someday soon.
Senator Bridges, followed by Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Owen Hill likes attention, but he loves his state and his country. I first met Senator Hill during the first month of my service here in the legislature, in the State House. We were working together on an autonomous vehicle bill. It was a big bill. The Speaker had warned me it was going to be a big fight. I had sought out the help of Senator Winter on that, then Representative Winter, and Owen called together a meeting, a stakeholder meeting, which I had never heard of before, given this was my first month in the legislature. And Senator Winter and I come in, and we sit down behind all the desks. Everyone else is out in the audience. And then Owen Hill strides in like Tony Robbins and takes over the committee hearing and just handles all the questions and does an incredible job, but it was clear he was out front. He was in front of the table, fielding questions, giving answers. It was the most Owen Hill thing I'd ever seen. But I think the service that Senator Hill has given on the Education Committee proves that for him it is not simply the attention, it is the good that we can do. There is no glory ladies and gentlemen, to be had on the Education Committee. There is only ignominy and a chance to really help kids, to help create a system in this state that is going to lift folks up. And Senator Hill has been dedicated, although we differ on how to do that, there is no question that he is dedicated to helping kids and helping to make this state as great as it can be. He has sacrificed in his career for his country. He has sacrificed in his career for this state. We've had discussions about this, very helpful discussions for me. And I appreciate your perspective, and I appreciate your frankness. And it is clear that underneath that rugged and carefree exterior beats a heart for public service. So thank you for the sacrifices that you've made, and thank you for your service, Senator Hill.
Senator Marble, followed by Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just amazed that nobody has brought up the socks. The socks. It is your calling card. I have watched those socks. Yet, now that it's summer, they are not in vogue. But I have watched those socks change daily from the time we were elected here, and always, you know, a reflection, because they were given to you by your children as gifts, and they would always pick them out. And to me, that spoke volumes about the person you were. Your priorities are in order. Your priorities being your family, your children, always looking out for them and knowing that the things you did here, not just for education, but for the economy, the things, how you looked at how Colorado should actually go, in which direction, you knew that those things were going to benefit your children in the future. I think meeting your mother, too, was really an amazing experience for me, because you saw the reflection of family values go from one generation to another. And in that, it mirrored a lot of how I look at my family. And to see how you treasure every moment with your wife, your mother, your children, how you fondly display those socks, and it just, it reminds me all the time of how lucky your family is to have you. And it's an odd thing here at the Capitol. We get so involved with what we do and how we do it. And you would bring your children in to experience the chaos here. And yet I've never seen better behaved children for such a long length of time here at the Capitol. They're perfect. So unlike mine, where I could never have, when they were that age, never have kept them, you know, in a seat. And another thing that I remember that is such a dear, dear memory is how they would be crawling all over Laura Woods in her chair when you would be here or out, you know, visiting. They had no problems making friends and associating with other people here on the floor. But that is such a reflection of you as your inner self. And I just wanted you to know that those socks were such a testament to you as a father and a legislator, senator, husband, son, and friend. You have your priorities straight, and I am so proud of you and so proud to know you. And maybe, you know, at some point there's other things in store for you in this realm. I have no idea. But you're a good man, Owen Hill, and I respect you very, very much.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill, Owen, thank you for your service to the country and to the state of Colorado. It's been much appreciated. The good senator from El Paso County mentioned that a measure of a man is his family, and I agree to that. I agree with that. But another measure of a man is when he gives you your word, he sticks by it. And Owen's word is gold. He has always stuck by his word to me, I'm sure to everybody in here, and to lobbyists. And the other thing that I really appreciate about Owen is that his straightforwardness, as the good senator from Aurora mentioned. Owen knew how strongly I feel about the death penalty. And Owen, to his credit, came into my office and said, hey, I know you feel strongly for the death penalty, but I want to let you know my reasons why I'm against it. And he had the decency and honor to do that, and I really appreciated his straightforwardness and candor by letting me know his thoughts on it. Of course, I didn't agree, but I appreciated it. A couple things about Owen, too. I believe it was my second year, I decided to branch out a little bit and do a couple of education bills. I learned a very valuable lesson, and that is never to do an education bill. But Owen was the chair of education, and I ran a couple bills, and one was on homeless youth, and to allow them not to have to pay tuition and if they were homeless. And I got the feeling early on that most of my caucus was against it. And as a matter of fact, Andy Kirk came up to me and said, hey, this is the most important bill of the entire session. I ran it last year and it died, but this is the most important bill, in my opinion, of the entire session. He goes, what can I do to help? And I said, well, first off, don't talk in committee and don't say anything. And then the second part was, the Bill Policy Center wanted to come and testify on it. And I said, don't tell them not to come down and testify on the bill if we want any chance of this passing. And so I get into committee, and it was clear that the members were really against this bill. And I thought, well, this bill is dead. But Owen was the chair, and we were taking the votes, and he actually brought up a personal story about a relative's kid from Wyoming who was living with him and would be classified as homeless and would not be able to attend the school. And the bill passed. And I'll never forget that. And there was another bill in education that was similar to that. Everybody in the committee hated it on my caucus, and also on the floor. But because of Owen, I think those two important bills were able to pass. And so I'll never forget that. But one of my favorite memories was my second year, I believe it was. A bunch of us decided to go and have some adult beverages and go to dinner at Ruth Chris. So we had a few adult beverages. Then there was a large group of us, and there might be one or two other people that were here that remember this. So we had adult beverages beforehand. We went and had dinner and had a few more adult beverages. And then we, after dinner, went up to the rooftop of my place and had a few more adult beverages. And after about midnight, several of us decided, let's go have some more adult beverages at Tarantula's, which is a pool bar. And so we went down to play pool. There were about 6 or 8 of us that were playing pool and after midnight. And nothing good happens after midnight. That is true, that's saying. And so we're playing pool. It's probably about 1 o'clock in the morning. And like I said, 6 of 8 of us are there. And Mike Johnston was a really good friend with Owen, and they probably still are. And I love to see those two debate back and forth because it's a real art, and they do a great job of it. Well, after a while there at Tarantulas, Owen Hill and Mike Johnson were about ready to go to blows. And so several of us had to step in and separate them. And it was over something very, very important. Shuffleboard. One accused the other. I believe Owen accused Mike Johnson of cheating, and Mike Johnson took great exception to that. And so they were about ready to duke it out, and we had to break it up. And about 2 o'clock when we got kicked out of there, Owen and Mike Johnson and maybe another person on this side of the aisle and decided to go have breakfast. And this was a Thursday night, and we had to be back here at 9 on Friday. They decided to go have breakfast at 3, 4 in the morning. So I'll always remember that about Owen, and because it was a very serious topic of shuffleboard. But the thing I love about Owen, too, is if you're in trouble, if you're in a jam, he's got your back. And he'll stand with you. He's a friend.
and he'll cover you regardless. And so thank you, Owen, for everything.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, colleagues. Senator Hill, your bond with me is our Air Force Academy education, among other things, as well as our service here. Many people will not know that or recall that Senator Hill actually ran for the Colorado Senate for another district at another time, somewhat earlier, unsuccessfully, Senate District 11, but a hard-fought race. And I remember first meeting with you, gosh, that must be 12 years ago. We were both a lot younger. You're still young. And the thing that impressed me then and continues to do so is Senator Hill's outstanding intellect, his energy, his entrepreneurial attitude about everything, whether it be business or legislation, all about the art of the possible. Your dedication to your family, to your children, I think is what gives you a passion for education and for the children of Colorado, and it was my privilege to serve with you on the Education Committee for 2 years and to really work on those issues. As our friend and colleague from Aurora says, we did not always agree. I think you and I agreed more than we did with our colleague from across the aisle, but it was that dedication to what we do in Colorado and to the children of Colorado that so impressed me, as well as your integrity and commitment to what we do here. Every time I see you, I see the wheels turning. Again, there are 1,000 ideas and entrepreneurial ones and outside the box, and I admire that. It has been a privilege to serve with you, and I wish you the very best. I hope your days in elected office and politics are far from over, but everything, and you will know when I say this, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose, and this season has been a blessing to the people of Colorado. As the senator from Douglas County says, I hope you will, even though you have maintained your bonds with your family, no doubt, I hope you will have even more time with them. It has been a privilege to serve with you.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President, and I just want to tell Owen that it's been wonderful spending time with you here. And I think the lasting impression I have of being with you here versus the informal times, which are always kind of more meaningful, is that so much of what we do down here is like, who gets the $10,000? 5,000 here, 5,000 here, 6-4, back and forth, distributive negotiation, around and round. But you always come down here talking about ideas. And ideas in general, and a lot of times it's just about the future, where we're going. And trying to bring what may be possible in the future into the present and have us look more look more forward. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I remember one of the first, well, I guess what I would say is Senator Todd mentioned earlier, she started by saying you're an enigma. And I was like, that's exactly the way I was going to describe Owen as well. The thing about Owen, one of the first memories I have with Senator Hill is, again, we were on State Affairs together one night, and it was a late night. And we were walking out. He was walking to his, what do you have, a Jeep? He was walking to his Jeep. And I was like, man, this guy's so cool. I hate how cool this guy is. He's got a cool Jeep, dresses well, he's got these cool socks. He's got a beautiful family. What is going on? This guy's way too cool. And I remember, we were just kind of debriefing about committee, and I don't think this actually happened, but in my memory, he opened up the back of his Jeep, and like 10,000 protein bars fell out. like they were filled to the brim. I think he just had like 5 in there, but my memory is that he just had his like Jeep Wrangler filled with protein bars, and that's like what he lived off of. And he was just kind of eating his protein bar, all cool like. And he was like, where are you going, bro? Like, where's your car? And I was like, oh, I'm taking the bus. And at that moment, I was like, I should have said that. That's so not cool. Taking a bus? This guy's from Colorado Springs. He's this cool Republican. I shouldn't have told him I'm taking a bus. And he was like, no, bro, I'll take you home. And I was like, no, I live in Boulder. And I was like, are you going to the Springs tonight? He's like, yeah. He's like, bro, I'll take you home. It's fine. And I'm like, no, that's crazy. That's kind of not on your way to Colorado Springs. And he was just so like, yeah, no, of course, yeah, I'll take you home. And I didn't take him up on it because I was like, what is this guy up to? And I remember you said something like, no, bro, it's totally cool. I just blast some Eminem on the way home. And I was like, yeah, this guy is kind of cool. And then, and I just remember thinking on my dorky bus on the way home, why did he offer that? Why, like, it's oddly nice, like almost like too nice. Like, what is he up to? And I think later on, when we got to know each other a little bit more, I think I finally realized he's just being nice. And it just felt odd in the moment because sometimes people just, you feel like someone has an ulterior motive when they're just genuinely being good and being nice and looking out for others. And I think that's what Senator Hill often does, is I find myself doubting you, Owen, because I'm always certain you're up to something. But I don't know what it is. I've realized you don't either know what you're up to, but there's nothing, there are times when a bill would come up, or I'm talking to a lobbyist about a bill or a committee hearing about that bill, and I'm like, well, so where are the votes, And they're like, it's odd, but I think we've got Owen Hill on it. Like, I think he's voting for this. I remember each time I heard that from a lobbyist on a bill that you wouldn't expect Owen Hill maybe to vote for, I would always immediately be like, what is he up to? And a lot of times it was he just took his partisan hat off and looked at the problem and wanted to just be productive and constructive on trying to help. And I remember then when I became majority leader, and especially in this last year, there were times where I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, things are oddly smooth. And I'd be like, in my head, I'd be like, oh, is Owen not here today? I would turn around and I would see him over there doing just at his desk. And I'd be like, no, Owen's here. And then I would immediately get this fear and I'd be like, what is he up to? Not at the well all day, not talking on some of these issues I know he's got an opinion on. And I think, there are so many things we don't agree on, Owen. But I think I've come to the conclusion that most of the time what you're up to is you're just doing something from your heart. And if you disagree when needed, you'll make it clear. I think we all know that. But I just wanted to thank you for being unexpectedly sometimes kind and productive and just wanting to be genuine and to do the work and to do the job of being a senator. And I think that's what I respect of you the most. I still don't know what the hell you're up to. But I look forward to finding out in the years to come.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I remember being in the House, elected in 10, serving in 11 and 12. The 12 elections came around, and during that summer at some point, somebody involved in a campaign said, yeah, there's this guy running for Senate down in Colorado Springs. His name's Owen Hill. You'll know him when you see him because he's like a tall Tom Cruise. In September, October, whenever the Great American Beer Fest happened, Diane and I had tickets and we were there, and I turned around and a tall Tom Cruise walked up and I said, oh, that must be Owen Hill. Sure enough. Critics, cynics of legislative bodies will often assume that we're here getting rich. In Congress, unfortunately, in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, that is all too often true. In the 18 years that I've spent in this Capitol, I can't think of a single member who came in here poor and left wealthy. It's the other way around. I gave up about 2/3 of my income to go to the House. My wife and I planned for that for years, and it was tough. The good senator from Westminster spoke about that yesterday. This is hard. No matter how many times we explain to constituents who might be open to hearing the truth, the cynicism remains. I appreciate Senator Owen Hill's service here because he has young children. Mine are older. My older son's 25. My younger son will turn 21 in a few weeks. But I remember them being with me the first day in the House, and they were so proud. Little Victor and little Carson. Now Carson, I think you've seen him, he's about this tall. But Senator Hill has had the challenge of having more than 2 children and younger. And girls, I want to tell you, your dad is awesome. He's been an incredible senator. But one of the things that gives me joy is just in a few days, we won't have him anymore. And you'll have him more than you've had in the past 8 years. And that's good. He's a good man. On opening day, I said of Senator Hill, thank you for your brilliant mind, your innovative approach to just about everything, and for being bold. And those words remain true here today. There have been times when Senator Hill and I have disagreed, There have been times when I just didn't know how to move forward, how we were going to solve a problem, especially the 2 years that I got to serve as majority leader. And that innovative mind right there would come up with a solution. Look at a way to solve a problem in a different way. I think of Owen, Senator Hill, as our Ron Paul or Rand Paul. He's a libertarian with an R by his name, and he's brilliant. I think, too, that his days in elected office probably shouldn't be over. But thinking of dad and husband, I think they might be, at least for a while. Spending time with his family, earning income. I hope those are his motivations for the foreseeable future. I have been impressed by your intellect, Owen. I don't know how you keep all of that information in your head. You're so well read. I see a similarity between you and the former Senator Kent Lambert. To be able to retain so much information and recall it and use it. I don't have that. I learned this process by seeing and hearing and doing, and I have learned from you in ways that I struggle to learn. As the chair of Senate Education, you thought in innovative ways. You reached out to people on the other side of the aisle, the chair of House Education, and you accomplished things that I've wanted to see, like charter funding equity, when very few thought it was possible. You did it. One thing that I admire about you is it's been a passion for me because as a dyslexic who moved a lot, education came hard. And I want the education system, public education, to not be one size fits all. But what does that son or daughter need? How can we best serve him or her? And you have found ways to do that. You've always kept your eye on that. I'm grateful for your support for me, your encouragement, your wisdom. And like I said about Pat Stedman, you're a reason that term limits ought not to exist. But unfortunately, in this ironic situation that we find ourselves in, I'm damn glad we have them. Because this state and this institution has taken more than its fair share of Owen Hill and his family's life for the past 8 years. It's time we let you go. Thank you.
Before Senator Hill takes to the mic, I will present my reminiscence of him. I first met Senator Hill when I was over in the House. At that time, we had a group of members who were bipartisan, and we named it the Suppers Club. It consisted of Representative Jared Wright, Representative Dan Norberg, Representative Moreno, and myself. And Senator Hill was the only senator who would regularly join us from time to time for dinner in an effort to collaborate as all freshmen. I definitely remember the night that the good senator from Greeley's talking about, because I was on the opposing team with Senator Johnson, and the good senator from Commerce City was on senators from Colorado Springs team, and he left early and frustrated, but in all fairness, over a simple game of shuffleboard in which we were far more skillful. But I remember the next morning immediately seeing him and Senator Johnson talking about education, like nothing had happened. And it's so important. If you stop and think about sometimes the dysfunction in Washington, D.C., it's because people can't get to understand people's families, know what drives them, know that there can be difference of opinions. I think back on how the good senator's been so willing to help, even mentor me when I was in the minority party. We worked on many bills on veterans issues, and he was helpful many times. I think of this year when we ran the resolution for Space Force, his fierce advocacy for veterans and and education. I can honestly say and truly say that there's almost no one I'd rather fight with or work with than the good senator. So, for a guy from the Air Force, you're okay. Senator Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. You know, I appreciate this living eulogy so much. I'm really tempted to ask or demand Mr. Carpenter read it at length. It may be for a third time tomorrow, who knows. So I first got into politics, really started thinking about politics while working for Compassion International, an international children's poverty organization focused around the world, recognizing, for the same reason I would say I'm pro-life, is recognizing that every single human being has infinite potential. And as I spent time around the world on this, I recognized every single one of these children that I interacted with, played soccer with, played basketball with, did school lessons together with. Every single one of these children, literally without fail, talked to me about the United States of America, or America. Mzungu is what they call me in Tanzania, white boy. And it wasn't because of our iPhones, it wasn't because of our video games, it wasn't because of our late model cars or our big houses. It was this idea that America is the place, for all of its challenges, for all of our problems, America is still the place in the world that says no matter the color of your skin, no matter your sexual orientation, no matter what your father's name was, no matter who you supported in the last election, no matter your physical or your reading disabilities, no matter what, America was still the place that represented an opportunity for every single person to succeed. And that, I'd never thought about politics before until I started seeing this trend, this what those in the past have called, referred to America as the shining city on a hill, that is true and it continues to be true to this day. One of the strengths of America, I believe, is our focus on process above people. The Constitution is a process. The Constitution is a process for the adjudication of power. We determine how power is used. If you want a fascinating, I think one of the most overlooked but important parts of our history is this period of time where we're under the Articles of Confederation and the failures of that, and then moving on to the Constitution. And it really was a discussion about how do we manage power. And while one of the strengths is that we say it puts process over people, one of the weaknesses, I think, and one of the ones that I regret, is that I myself also have put process over people. I genuinely believe, colleagues, that we have, as we focus on a process, as we focus on the votes, as we focus on getting things done, I have been guilty, and I genuinely ask for your forgiveness. I've been guilty of seeing you as my opponent, as my enemy, or as a tool in my victory. And I regret that. I regret how politics, not just us in here, but our system, perhaps, and I have been guilty of being a part of the problem, of seeing those around us, those we work with, as cogs in the machine, as parts of a process. And if I could go back and do it all again, I would take things very differently. I would spend more time out on that balcony and less time on the other side of those doors. I would spend more time having a drink, or candidly, more preferably a cigar, with you in the room than texting with people on my phone. I would spend more time suggesting that we get our families together than that we attend the next fundraiser. And I say this really genuinely as a regret. And I say it as a regret with my children sitting right here. It's been such a joy to have them go through this process with me. If at times you came in the mornings and things were slightly rearranged on your desk, I apologize. The process of playing hide and go seek in the Capitol sometimes requires rearranging desks and chairs. It has been a great joy on that front, but I share my regrets and I'd share my genuine apologies with you all. Because as G.K. Chesterton has said, education is the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to the next. And our task, I think far more than a bill that I've passed or changing the world or the glory, the attention, as the senator meant, all those things, yes, they're very important to me. But I think far more important, what I too often lose sight on, or just ask for your encouragement and support as we move on, as we always move on, as we recognize the coming generation is far more important than our current time. And if I could give them a bit of advice, it would be the quote at the end of Gwendolyn Brooks' poem, Poem to the Young, Words to the Young. She says so richly, live not for the battles won, live not for the end of the song, live in the along. And colleagues, I look forward to continuing to live in the along with you and as part of this process. And so thank you for the opportunity to serve with you all. And Mr. President, I guess while I'm speaking of regrets, I want to make sure while I have some regrets, I don't leave without fixing another regret. Oh no. Well, Mr. President, I just enjoy it. Cheers. Thank you all. God bless.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess for about 5 minutes before we proceed with third readings. The Senate will come back to order. Third reading of bills, final passage. Third reading bills, final passage, consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read all of the titles to the bills listed on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Robertson, Valdez, and Senators Story and Sonnenberg. Concerning the appropriation for the controlled maintenance project, including controlled maintenance projects that are capital renewal projects of any proceeds from the Senate Bill 17267 lease purchase agreement that will be executed in state fiscal year 2019-20 that are credited to the capital construction fund as a result of House Bill 2013-77. House Bill 1413 by Representatives Burton Cutter and Senators Zinzinger and Donovan concerning the establishment of a state and private investigator-funded small business recovery loan program in connection therewith authorizing the Department of Treasury to obtain state share of funding for the program by selling insurance premium tax credits to qualified taxpayers and authorizing state treasurer to contract with the program manager to establish and administer the program.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bills 1408 and 1413.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1408 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cook, Hansen, Tate, Todd, Moreno, Pedersen, Donovan, Priola, Rankin, Scott, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1413 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Woodward, Tate, Winter, Janal, Cook, Minority Leader, Rankin, Gardner, Scott, Fields, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Bridges, Hansen, Sonnenberg, Todd, Lee, Majority Leader, quorum. Please have the President. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 95.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 095. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 095. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 095.
Senate Bill 95 by Senators Holbrook and Garcia and Representatives Bach, Bell, and Coleman concerning providing information concerning concurrent enrollment to parents of middle school students.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to move with you Senate Bill 95 and ask for an aye vote on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 095 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 095 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sonnenberg, Winter, Bridges, Cook, Heisey, Crowder, Lee,
Okay.
Lee. Scott. Pedersen. Zenzinger. Majority Leader. Todd. Janal. Priola. Woodward. Gardner. Marble. Foote. Story. Moreno. Hanson. Rodriguez. Lundeen. Rankin. Tate. Fields. Smallwood. Gonzalez.
Maybe it should have been in consent.
Mr. Carpenter, please, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1383 lay over until tomorrow, June 12th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1383 until 6/12/2020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1383 will lay over until 6/12/2020 and retain its place on the calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 222.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Winter and Bridges and Representative Young concerning a grant program for small businesses affected by economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that is financed by money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be supporting this bill, but what I would respectfully ask the bill sponsors to consider, if you look at the language in this bill, and I understand people didn't have tons of time and you're working on this on the fly, but the prioritization within this bill as to who gets what money has got some significant gaps in it. And the two that I'm most concerned about, one relates to basically the language in the bill that currently says if you receive PPP funds, you're not at the top of the list. And I think we need to be aware of how many people, how many small businesses in particular in your districts did receive PPP money, but they received such a ridiculously small amount of PPP money that it simply did not help them. There are people that got PPP loans of $1,000 or $3,000. They're paying rent in Denver on things like yoga studios that cost thousands of dollars each month, and they're getting these extremely small loans. So I would encourage the bill sponsors to work with their sponsors in the House to make changes like that. Secondly, I would ask the bill sponsors to take a look at the particular industries that get preferential treatment under this bill. It is a very, very short list, and I don't disagree with a single business that's on the list. It's just such a short list that I'm not sure that we accurately picked up the people in your districts that most need your help. So again, I'm going to be supporting the bill. I'm going to be voting yes on the bill, but I would encourage the bill sponsors to make some necessary changes as it moves forward through the House.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the comments from the fellow Arapahoe County senator. The changes to this bill, we're on Douglas County? There we go. The senator to the county just south of Arapahoe County, Douglas County. Appreciate those comments. We had this discussion, and we will be looking at potentially making those changes in the House. So fellow senators expect to see this bill come back for concurrence.
Senator Rankin.
So thank you, Mr. President. I do support the bill concept. I did raise an issue in appropriations. I wanted to raise it here. This is one of the first times we see an important bill using CARES Act money. I want to continue to advocate that we, as Joint Budget Committee, with our responsibility to the legislature, actually account for monies that are being spent for issues like this. And so I want just to call our attention to the fact that we do not yet have a process in place or legislation that allows us to actually account for all of these monies and how they're being spent and how they correlate to our state tax spending. So I want to get that point on record. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 222 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Janal, Fields, Crowder, Zenzinger, Danielson, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Lundin, the Majority Leader, Rodriguez, Smallwood, Tate, Todd, Gardner, Rankin, Heisey, Hanson, Pedersen, Lee, Scott, Foote. Please have the President. Marble, Senator Marble. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Harrington Kennedy, Senators Donovan and Priola, concerning treatment of individuals with substance use disorders who come into contact with the criminal justice system.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Lundin, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Heisey, Scott, Smallwood, Minority Leader, Marble, Gardner, Hill. With 23 ayes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1017 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Pedersen, Majority Leader, Danielson, Gonzalez, Todd, Lee, Story, Mr. Carpenter, please. Bridges. Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 223.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 223. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 220. We will proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 223. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Hanson and Tatum, Representatives Escar and Soper, concerning a moratorium on changing a ratio evaluation for assessment for any class of property or property taxation that is contingent on repeal of related constitutional provisions.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 223 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just respectfully ask for a no vote on this. We talk in here a lot of times about the importance of local control, about local decision making, about local communities deciding how to tax themselves. In fact, contrary to much of the narrative, I think, that happens in Colorado about taxes, the people of Colorado have proven again and again and again that they are willing to tax themselves locally for local projects, at the same time rejecting state approaches to taxation. This is Colorado Springs, this is Douglas County, this is Denver, this is Boulder, right? This is across the board. And I think part of the reason for that is that we recognize the diversity of the state, and we cannot actually do a good job. The 35 of us in here, the 65 of them over there, we cannot do a good job deciding what's right for the entire state when it comes time to deciding how to fund our local resources, our school boards, our fire districts, our libraries, go down the list, you name it. We have a challenge in what COVID and our government's response to that has done to property values. It's also time for us to be giving our local communities more control over this, I believe, rather than less control. We are saying in this bill that we are going to set, the 35 of us in here are going to set what changes to property taxes, or in this case, that no changes to property taxes are allowed this year. And colleagues, I think it's the wrong approach. I think it's the wrong view of our role. I think we undervalue, I think we underappreciate the ability of local communities to adjust and make adjustments for this rather than our job. I think it is our local community's job. And I think we overvalue our importance within this process. Colleagues, respectfully, I think this is I think this is a distrust of our local communities to handle the challenges that we have. And respectfully ask that we bring a bit of humility and say it's not our task to do this right now. Despite all of the challenges that we face, respectfully ask that we trust our local communities on this issue.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, I did not ask the Senator from El Paso County to come up here and talk to give me a chance to opine further on my last bill of the General Assembly. But actually, I thought, based on everything the Senator said, that makes a good argument to support the bill. Because with this bill, we are actually leaving tax policy in the hands of our local jurisdictions. We're not affecting taxes. What we're doing with this bill, we're not really doing this bill. This bill is just a cleanup from the previous debate. But what we've done is not pull the rug out from the tax policy of our local jurisdictions. So this is just affirming that our local jurisdictions are the ones who call the shots, that they passed a mill levy with approval of the voters for whatever rationale they had, and it just stays in place. We're not doing anything else. We're not affecting tax rates here. We're basically leaving assessment rates as they are, which is a separate matter altogether. And if you want to sleep at some point, I'll just refer you guys to the commentary I made about it a few days ago on second reading. So anyways, again, thank you, as I mentioned before, on this bill. Thank you for letting me run a bill today that would have run as a statutory revision committee bill next session. It's a way for me to kind of grab into the 2021 session unfairly. Thank you, members.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the issue of local versus state control, as I think I mentioned during seconds, the biggest flaw in the Gallagher Amendment when it was put on the books in 1982 was, to me, the issue that they put the word statewide in the Constitution. That means that this calculation is statewide. And during the interim committee, I argued for a local solution where you basically take a county and calculate Gallagher at the county level. And I was not successful in that argument because I was told it wasn't needed, because the counties have this authority if the statewide calculation doesn't exist. So I would argue that this actually does give more local control. And remember, this issue of rural versus urban is really at the essence the reason I support this and always have supported getting rid of this Gallagher statewide calculation. I asked Dennis Gallagher in a committee, I said, Senator Gallagher, did you consider the impact, the difference on rural versus urban? Did you consider that this calculation should not be statewide? And Senator Gallagher responded, no, but we should have. This has been a fundamental flaw in this bill from 1982 forward. And, you know, the way to correct it is to repeal it and let tax policy defer to counties and special districts.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the good senator from El Paso County because I agree with my co-sponsor. I think you gave a speech in support not only of 223, but also of Gallagher repeal. You are asking for more local say in tax policy. That is exactly what Gallagher repeal will deliver. That is exactly what we are delivering with Senate Bill 223. I asked for an aye vote. This was requested by the counties. We talked with them extensively. They said, we want the assessment rates to be frozen in place. That is exactly what a Gallagher repeal will deliver for the state. That's exactly what we are saying in Senate Bill 223, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So there are many voices in this conversation. You've got to be careful when you talk about county. Are you talking about the people of the county or the government of the county? Of course, the government of the county is saying we want access to an increase in taxes, but are the people of the county saying that? So let's just be cautious and thoughtful. At the end of the day, whom do we represent? The apparatus of government or the people for whom the government is supposed to be served? The people that government is supposed to serve. This bill is argued to be just a cleanup, and I agree. This particular bill is in the margin, but when we go to the broader conversation of repeal of Gallagher, the impulse of that, I believe, is higher taxes for the people of Colorado over time. So I appreciate the bill. I will be in opposition to this bill and the underlying bill that it speaks to.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the remarks. Thankfully, I feel a little bit better knowing that the mill levies in place were actually voted on by the people in the local jurisdiction. So I think everything's okay, considering that we want to have the people's voice heard in tax policy. And I asked for a yes vote on the bill, and I renew my motion for Senate Bill 223. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Carpenter, please add Senator Williams to the roll call. Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 223 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Marble, Hill, Scott, Gardner. With 29 ayes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 223 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Winter, Donovan, Fields, Priola, Gonzalez, Williams, Story, Moreno, Janal, Rankin. Please add the President and Senator Crowder. And Senator Todd, please. Please add Senator Lee as a co-sponsor. Please add the majority leader as a co-sponsor. Senate Bill 223.
was actually just waiting to be recognized. Yep.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why not? I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 224.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 224 on third reading and final passage. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 224.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 224?
Senate Bill 224 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning a prohibition on a landlord engaging in certain activities related to a tenant citizenship status.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 224 on third reading, final passage, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Crowder?
Thank you, Madam President. I come down here to oppose this bill. 224 actually, there's some problems with it. It was actually introduced, it went through committee and seconds all in one day, as like was spoken yesterday. But if you look at the bill, we just went through this 217 police and racial and whatnot, and if you look at the bill, what it does is create some profiling to start with by saying for any landlord that for whatever reason, if you come up and there's any doubt that you would be fining or attempting to fine them $2,000 for any breach of anything said, in my opinion, landlords, all they're trying to do is rent their property. And that's what they're in business for. And to say that about Social Security, or if you think that you've been arbitrarily discriminated against because of whatever reason, I'm not sure that this fits with this bill. And I looked at this as more of a lawyer bill than anything. I think this is a way to, I don't know what it solves. In other words, I think that it creates more problems, especially for those that are trying to help. And therefore, I have to oppose this bill on those grounds because I don't see the benefit. When I rented my apartment, there's very little verbiage, and I can't even remember if I even gave them a Social Security number. All they wanted to know was the ability to pay, and and things in that order. So I'm not sure that this is not a solution to a problem. I think it's a solution looking for a problem. So I'd have to vote no on this one. Thank you.
Senator Priola. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Madam President, I apologize. I read 224 twice. I also read 108 twice. This bill is fine. All it does is ask landlords to treat everybody the same. The Social Security number there is for credit checks. I surmise it's like the underlying premise of the bill is don't harass somebody and ask a bunch of personal information for a credit check for one applicant, but not another group. So the apartment association is fine with the bill. The bill's fine. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Tate. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I voted no on Senate Bill 108, and I'll be a no vote on this bill. But I did want to note that as we vote on this bill, if you feel a lightness, maybe weight shifting off of your shoulders, this is the last Senate bill we need to move out of here and send over to the House. So thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Whether you vote yes or no on Senate Bill 224, let's vote.
Mighty fine idea. Senator Owen Hill.
Thank you, Madam President, and colleagues, thanks for the chance to speak on the last Senate bill. I like what you're trying to do here, I just don't like how you do it, I think is the phrase. Guys, here's a challenge on just the economics of what we're saying here. Don't actually disagree with the overall approach, but by banning the collection of information, I just want to walk you through a process by which a landlord, and we have this idea that landlords are these, these giant corporations, REITs or whatever, but for the most part, at least in my neck of the woods, a landlord is often a military family who bought a house when they were stationed at Peterson or the Air Force Academy or Fort Carson, and then they get stationed at Wright Pat in Ohio, or they go on to Eglin in Florida, and so they've got their house here that they lived in, and now they're renting that house out. And the process, the reality is, however we look at it, whether we think it's right or wrong, there's more risk for some tenants than for others. And that risk is a real problem. And for those of you who have been tenants, you understand, right? I don't know if you guys have done it before, like my family has done it. We may have, poked a hole in a wall accidentally. We were, horsing around, knocked a chair over, you name it, right? There's stuff that happens when you're tenants that cause landlords grief. Whether it's intentional or not, that's a risk that a landlord always takes. And by banning them from getting more information to understand what kind of risk they take, what kind of eviction risk they take, what kind of income security risk they're going to take, what kind of long-term tenant issue risk they're going to take, by banning them from getting that information, it actually furthers profiling. Because now it says without this information, we've got to make a stereotypical assumption. And without being able to check the immigration status on some of these, you're going to have to assume everyone who fits that profile is in that risk category. Guys, there's no other way to do it. And so the unfortunate result of this bill is that now whenever someone puts in their application on Craigslist or whatever applies, intentional or not, I know it's not intentional, I guess I should say, I know it's not an intention of this bill, but anyone who has a certain last name is now going to be viewed by that landlord as a higher potential risk. Without their ability to check immigration status and reduce that risk by the review, we're going to force everyone to be viewed as being in that higher risk category. So whether you're legal or illegal, whether you're higher risk or lower risk, it won't matter. This will put everyone within a certain last name within a higher risk category. And there's no way around that challenge. There's no way around the challenge of risk and what that means for tenant and leasing and all. But by putting everyone in that higher risk category, look, risk is like everything else in the market. Higher risk stocks demand a higher premium. Higher risk investments demand a higher premium. Higher risk races, right, demand extra thought whether or not we get into a higher risk requires extra effort. In the case of leasing, higher risk requires a higher rent. So the unfortunate and I'm sure unintended consequence of this is that really all we're doing is increasing the risk premium and therefore increasing the rent prices for the very folks we say we are trying to help. And while respecting the good intention, while respecting the good effort that I actually share, given by one of my first votes in this chamber, I think this is the wrong approach to solving it. Not only is it the wrong approach, this approach actually makes our attempts to solve these challenges even more difficult going forward, and respectfully we'll ask for no vote.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President, and I just want to echo the words of my colleague. It is about risk, and I hope in the times ahead y'all do a better job of talking about risk than I've heard in the last 6 years. Risk creates higher prices. And like I said before, maybe that's what we want. I don't think so, but risk, and I should say the perception of risk creates higher prices for those that we sometimes are trying to help. Thank you, members.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, for raising the concerns and for having the conversation. This bill initially came to me from a pair of my constituents, a couple, one a U.S. citizen, the other a lawful permanent resident, who were asked two different sets of information in order to rent an apartment. The lawful permanent resident, again, lawful permanent resident, who had been here in the United States for, at the time, 18 years, was asked for an emergency contact in his country of origin. And when he said, I don't have an emergency contact in my country of origin because my emergency contact is my husband, who I'm trying to rent this apartment from, they were flagged for not being able to provide complete information. That was the rationale behind bringing forward this policy. Because I don't believe discrimination, I don't believe your citizenship status is relevant to your ability to pay rent or not. The lawful permanent resident in this instance was actually the breadwinner of the family. And yet they ran into these problems. And so that was the intent behind this policy, and I appreciate the dialogue that we've been able to have today, because your status is not a determination of your credit worthiness. It is not an indication of your ability to pay. It is not an indication of your ability to be a responsible tenant. And with that, colleagues, I do ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Are there any no votes? Senator Lundin, Senator Cook, Senator Heisey, Sonnenberg, Marble, Crowder, Quorum, Mr. Minority Leader, Woodward, Gardner, Smallwood, Rankin, Tate, Gardner, I have, Marble, Hill, Scott, with a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 224, the final Senate bill, is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Marino, Hansen, Winter, Story, Priola, Danielson, Donovan, Fenberg, Foote, Pedersen, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for reconsideration of Senate Bill 223.
The motion? The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 223. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The motion is granted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Hanson and Tate and Representatives Escar and Soper concerning a moratorium on changing a ratio valuation for assessment for any class of property for property taxation that is contingent on the repeal of related constitutional provisions.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, in a spirit of deja vu, I move Senate Bill 223 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 223. Are there any no votes? Senators Hill, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Scott, with a vote of 30 ayes and 5 noes and 0 excused, Senate Bill 223 is once again passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Donovan, Winter, Bridges, Story, Moreno, Crowder, Mr. Carpenter. Oh, never mind. Thank you. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1053.
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Sirota and Wilson, Senators Story and Pedersen concerning measures to support the early childhood educator workforce.
Senator Pedersen, or Story, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1053 on third reading and final passage and urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Woodward, Smallwood, Marble, Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Scott. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1053 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Winter, Janal, Bridges, Hanson, Moreno, Mr. President, Donovan, Crowder, Fenberg, Danielson, Williams, Lee, Lee, Rodriguez, Fields. Please add the president. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrison, Senators Pedersen and Priola concerning the use of measures that do not involve Schedule I controlled substances to reduce the harm caused by substance use disorders.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1065 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Mr. Minority Leader, Woodward, Smallwood, Cook, Gardner, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Hill, Heisey, Scott. With a vote of 23 aye, 12 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1065 is passed. Co-sponsors: Moreno. Senator Moreno. Winter. Danielson. Lee. Williams. Story. Janal. Gonzalez. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title of House Bill 1407?
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Skip and Baisley and Senators Story and Zenzinger concerning temporarily allowing a Colorado institution of higher education to determine whether to require a national assessment test score as an eligibility criterion for admission for first-time freshman students who graduate from high school in 2021.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1407 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? With 35 aye. Oh, excuse me, Senator Hill. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1407 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Bridges, Gonzalez, Moreno, Pedersen, Fields, Donovan, Danielson, Lee, Mr. President, Rodriguez, Rankin, please add the president. Smallwood. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Benavidez and Garnett, Senators Fields and Gonzalez concerning Department of Public Health and Environment inspections of penal institutions.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. We move House Bill 1409 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Marble, Crowder, Cook, Woodward, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Hill, quorum. Scott? With a vote of 21 aye, 14 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1409 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Mr. Majority Leader, Danielson, Janal, Pedersen, Story, Hanson, Mr. President, Moreno, please add the president. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1414.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Weissman and Tone and Senators Foote and Pedersen concerning a prohibition against engaging in price gouging for a period following a declared disaster.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam President. We move House Bill 1414 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam President. So I could not let this moment pass because it frames up so well the challenge that we find before us so frequently. People in a challenging circumstance reach out to their electeds and say, help, fix this. And it's our impulse, our natural impulse is we want to help. And so we do what we can do, we write a law. This particular law, however, and this is the crux of our challenge, seeks to defy economics, and it does it in a way that ultimately punishes not only the people that are reaching out to us for help, but their neighbors and their family and their family's neighbors. This bill simply says, because we want it to be so, the laws, the fundamental law, the first law of economics will be suspended, the law of supply and demand. Now, if there's a shortage and you want to solve the shortage, suppressing the price is not the way to solve the shortage. Suppressing the price is the way to make sure that the shortage will be extended, that more people will be disadvantaged and unable to get access to that which they're seeking. If, however, you allow the free flow of economics, the shortage is eliminated. We heard the conversation, if the price of masks, $1 goes to $1.30, yeah, you maybe can deal with that. But if the price of generators at $1,000 goes to $1,300, you can't deal with that. Well, the reality is if you want another generator on the shelf, you have to let the price float up to solve the problem, to normalize the problem, to relieve the stress that the people we're trying to help out are seeking relief from. So this is a great example of beautiful intentions, enormous heart, and an abject disconnection from some of the fundamental rules of human nature and behavior, and we do so in a way that ultimately hurts the people we're seeking to help. I urge your objection and vote against this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, sometimes when we talk about economics, we have this idea that we're just talking about this, the dismal science, this class in college or high school that we really disliked. And we're talking about it as if we're talking about physics, or we're talking about biology, or we're talking about chemistry. The reality is economics isn't a science, it's a study of how people make decisions. And so when we say something flies in the face of economics, when the previous speaker spoke to that, the reality is it flies in the face of how people make decisions. I think you actually understand this. I think we get it. I just think sometimes our temptation to say that we're solving problems overpowers our ability to reason through what we're actually doing. And I will be a firm believer until my very last day here that the reason still does play a role in what we do. And I think, you know, if you've worked in the business side of things, especially the manufacturing side of things, you understand how important the price mechanism is. So in a normal year, in a normal production cycle, you have an expectation of supply and meeting demand and having those, especially now in our modern economy with just-in-time inventory, of meeting the demand. And so you only have two options. If demand spikes for something, you are staffed up and you are built and you're set up in your production line. Our production line, right, it can take hours to produce something, it take days to produce something, it take weeks to produce something, just depending on what you're producing. Cars take a long time, masks take a little bit of time. But no matter what, in order to ramp up, in order to meet demand, you need to hire more people, you need more, especially in the case of masks, what have you, you need more sewing machines, you need more capital equipment to produce more. Well, colleagues, the only way to be able to purchase that and to produce more, if you're not going to make, well, I should say, there is no way if you're not going to make more profit. Profit is the mechanism, it is the feedback mechanism to inspire that kind of investment. And so if you need a quick ramp up in demand, or if you need a quick ramp up in supply to meet a quick ramp up in demand, You just need more money. Whether you need to pay people for overtime, again, whatever, you need more inputs. And no one does that for free. The challenge on this is, and look, there are some bad actors in the system. We absolutely know that. But the beautiful thing about a bad actor in the system who wants to try to price gouge is there's always going to be someone coming in behind them and say, hey, we can offer you a better deal. And we actually saw that happening in many of these cases. The challenge in what we're doing, though, is, again, we disincentivize people from ramping up production. Because if they say, well, look, here's what it'll take to pay people overtime and bring people in on nights and weekends and get this up and going, is we're going to charge a little bit more and we're going to fund all of this activity. By putting this in law, we're really just creating a mechanism for more people to sue a business. Or maybe not more people, but one person to make a name for himself from the position of Attorney General or DA or what have you. That's what we're creating here. And so if you know, hey, I am just more likely to get in trouble, to get sued for ramping up production, for charging more to expand my ability to produce, we're not going to do it. And so we've actually, if you were frustrated with the challenge of getting N95 masks made in the United States of America a few months ago, colleagues, you are actually making that more likely. Because why would you produce it here in the United States of America when you're running the risk of every time you increase a price to increase the ability to meet demand, you're just putting yourself at risk for some DA or AG to bring the power of the state's lawyers against you. This bill, as well-intentioned as it may be, disincentivizes American manufacturers from meeting American needs in a time of crisis. I know my deep economic arguments don't change people's votes. I think it's important to recognize exactly what we are doing with this bill, and that the people of Colorado should look to us the next time there's a crisis and Americans have to turn to the Chinese to supply our much needed equipment. Bills like this are the reason.
Mr.
He's all over the place.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to come without a mask, but I'm sorry to make the sergeants come and wipe down the podium every single time. But I'm a no vote on this bill, House Bill 1414. I think on second reading, I mentioned in my experience, I listened to a debate over in the House following Katrina, and it was very similar to this one. This is not new statute. This is not a new topic in our statute. We are revising statute. And one of the things that this bill proposes to put into law, it looks like it was a House amendment, caught my eye, and it really got me scratching my head. On page 3, line 16, it begins, it says, a price shall not be considered unreasonably excessive if the seller can prove that, due to the events that gave rise to the disaster declaration, the price charged by the seller is directly attributable to additional costs imposed by the seller's supplier or suppliers, or other direct costs of providing the good or service sold or offered for sale by the seller. Okay, I think what this means is if you are a retailer, if you are the seller of a product, and you can show that your wholesaler, your distributor, whoever you get that product from, raised their prices, then you can raise your price too. What this means, in my non-attorney layperson understanding, is in Colorado, wholesale price gouging will be just fine, but retail price gouging, no. Why? Okay, so if a wholesaler, even if the wholesale or the source or the distributor is here in Colorado, apparently they're not on the hook at all, it's just the end retailer. And they prove that their price went up, then they can raise their price too. I guess that's the intent of the bill. That's one of the reasons I'll vote no. But while we're speaking to this bill, I want to thank the retailers who I frequented during the stay-at-home COVID-19 time period, because I didn't see price gouging. I think companies like Safeway, Walmart, Home Depot, and Lowe's deserve our thanks because I didn't see that. Now, I buy my gas at the corner store, a convenience store, a chain here in Colorado. Not within their control, but the price of gas went down. That was supply and demand. So looking at the intent, I guess, of lines 16 through 22 on page 3, it would have been okay if the distribution channel of gasoline that I put in my vehicle, it would have been okay if the wholesale end of that had raised the price of gas at a time when supply went up, or maybe supply stayed the same. Supply, the demand for that had been very high, and all of a sudden the demand for it went way down. So did the price. Has this been an issue in Colorado? Possibly, but I haven't seen it. And for the retailers who were deemed essential during that stay-at-home order, for those that stayed open, the ones that I frequent in my community, thank you, because I certainly didn't see any evidence of price gouging, raising prices. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1414.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. I too have wondered about this supply and demand thing. I had a friend who approached me as this event was kicking off, and they said, you know what, it's not right that we don't have a backstock of lots of these supplies, and we're going to pay a heavy price for not having those. So he came to me and he said, the next time this happens, what if I had an entire warehouse full of masks, gloves, gowns, so that I could meet the local demands that we have up in Larimer County? I told him to hold on before he made that investment this summer, this fall, when prices come down. Because if he can't store that away for us to use in the future, he will be paying a heavy cost to hold on to that month after month, year after year until we need it. And when that time comes, it's only inevitable that there is no backstock, that we have nothing on hand again. Companies, people, we buy just enough in our cupboards to make sure that we can meet our short-term demands. I suppose we can pray that the government, somewhere our local, state, county officials will be able to predict whatever the next crisis is. I don't know if it will be, tornadoes that hit and we'll have shortages of this or that, or it will be a disease. Shortages will happen, and if we don't allow entrepreneurs to make an investment so that they can backstock, save up, so when the emergency happens, they'll have it available to us. They'll be able to make a slight profit on it, perhaps above where prices were a month or two before the event, but they'll be able to make sure that we can live safely. So I urge a no vote, and that's why I'm a no today.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam President. So we've heard, coming from the podium here, some discussion about human nature, particularly from my good colleague from Monument and El Paso County, in relation mostly to the law of economics, but also it is human nature at times when there is advantage to be taken of, then there are a few people that will take advantage of that situation. We see that in disasters in the past, and I think in a very few instances we've seen it with COVID across the country. I personally have not seen it with the retailers that I've been either, so I just want to mention that. But that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. it should mean that there should be some ability to investigate it if it does happen or if there's reports of it happening. And consumers should be protected. You know, there's, as much as I'd like to say that all of my bills or this bill in particular paves new ground, this really doesn't. This bill is not a bill of a lot of new thinking. This is a bill that basically copies what almost every other state in the country has done. The states that first adopted price gouging bills were states mainly in the South that had suffered this type of price gouging as a result of hurricane emergencies. And these are red states, but they're states that just have a lot more of unfortunate experience with price gouging. And many of the bills that these states have already adopted for quite some time are more restrictive than this bill. They deal with a specific amount of percentage that the price goes up. That's something that would lead to a presumption of price gouging. This bill doesn't do that. And I have to say, during the discussions that we've had about this bill, I've not heard of any kind of disruption to supply and demand or issues really that have been caused by those red states mainly in the South that first adopted price gouging bills. And I'm open to hearing about that, but I just don't think it exists. It doesn't exist because it doesn't happen a great amount, but when it does happen, it should be addressed. So the law of human nature certainly does apply here. It applies to those few that unfortunately take advantage of a disaster. And that harms the public good. It harms other retailers. And it should be something that at least the Attorney General DA should be able to investigate and bring an action if appropriate under the Civil Code. So I hope that you'll be an aye vote on this bill.
Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Cook, Tate, Smallwood, Heisey, Rankin, Gardner, Woodward, Hill, Lundin, Sonnenberg, Priola. Hill, I have you. Hill times 3. Marble, Crowder, Scott. With 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 excused, House Bill 1414 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators, Mr. Majority Leader. Senators Bridges, Gonzalez, Mr. President, Zenzinger, Moreno, Fields, Janal, Hanson, Winter, Danielson, Lee, please add the President. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, Tatone, and Senators Todd and Heisey concerning behavioral health training requirements for educator licensure.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the approval of House Bill 1312 on third and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1312. Are there any no votes? Marble, Senator Marble, Senator Woodward, Smallwood, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Hill, Crowder, Scott. With a vote of 26 ayes and 9 noes, 0 excused, House Bill 1312 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Moreno. Mr. President. Janal, Fields, Winter, Pedersen, Mr. Majority Leader, Bridges, Story, Gonzalez, Danielson, Lee, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1265.
1417.
Oh, excuse me. How about 1417? Let's jump back up to 1417.
House Bill 1417 by Representative Becker and Senator Hansen concerning the establishment of administrative conditions related to money in the general fund from a federal coronavirus relief fund that applied to an allocation established in separate legislation until the unspent money remaining in the sub-fund is transferred to the unemployment compensation fund on December 30th, 2020.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for passage of House Bill 1417 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes and 0 noes, 0 excused, House Bill 1417 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Moreno, Fields, Janal, Bridges, Story, Pedersen. Mr. President. Winter. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Benavidez and Valdez and Senators Gonzalez and Moreno concerning increased public protections from emissions of air toxics.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. We move House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Mr. Majority Leader. Minority Leader. How about Minority Leader? In other words, Senator Holbert. Clarification. Senator Cook, Gardner, Woodward, Smallwood, Tate, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Heisey, Marble, Crowder, Coram, Scott. With 21 aye and 14 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1265 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Donovan, Pedersen, Story, Janal, Lee, Foot. Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Femberg. Senator Fields. Zenzinger. Mr. President. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to House Bill 1085?
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrison, Senators Winter and Priola concerning the prevention of substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for third reading and final passage, House Bill 1085.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senator Lundin, Senator Sonnenberg, Hill, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Heisey, Tate, Marble, Woodward, Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Quorum, with a vote of, Senator Scott. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1085 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter. Oh, co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Senators Danielson, Lee, Story, Pedersen, Moreno, Zenzinger, Mr. President, Gonzalez. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1200.
House Bill 1200 by Representatives Tone and Weissman and Senator Story, concerning the continuation of the HOA Information and Resource Center and in connection with implementing recommendations contained in 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1200 on third reading and final passage and urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senator Crowder, Marble, Cook, Mr. Minority Leader, Woodward, Gardner, Tate, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Crowder, no, excuse me, Quorum, Lundin, Hill, Smallwood, Scott. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1200 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Fields, Mr. President, Moreno, Janal, please add the President. Okay. Oh, please add Senator Bridges to House Bill 1200. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Michael and Janae and Kraft, Representatives Pedersen and Fields, concerning the allocation of money the state received from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund for Behavioral Health Services.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1411 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Senator Pedersen.
Thank you. Members, we didn't discuss this yesterday. I know that this is one most people are, going through. It doesn't look like there's a problem supporting it. So I just want to take a moment to highlight what's in this because, and really the people that made this happen. This is our comprehensive package in response to the increased costs and needs in our communities because of COVID related to behavioral health. We have seen across the United States, the early data suggests that there's been a 50% increase in overdoses. We have seen an increase in suicides, and we have seen a significant increase in cost to actually giving people the care they need because of because of quarantine and all of the many ways in which COVID has disrupted the system. So I want to thank you for your support on this bill. I want to thank all of the, assuming your support on this bill, I want to thank all of the advocates who worked on this. This has been a 3-month process, really, on following the budget, outreach across Colorado to better understand the needs in our communities and what the expenses are looking like. And ultimately, the providers across the state who are doing outreach, and especially want to thank the consortium for providing, for really being the person to take in all of the information, to work with us on creating this comprehensive plan. So this is a very meaningful piece of legislation that's dealing with our youth while they're not going through their normal routines. They're having an increase in anxiety and depression in these difficult times, as well as our adult population. So members, this is a very important bill. This is going to save a lot of lives, and I ask for your support.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to add to what my colleague had to say, because I remember many of you served with me on the interim school safety committee that we have. And so some of those ideas are funded through this package, like Safe to Tell program, like behavioral health training for our educators and school personnel. It also provides PPEs for some of our healthcare providers and professionals. It also increases and provides access to telehealth and also school-based health centers. It's a good bill, and it will help us address some of the behavioral health issues that we're seeing emerge because of COVID-19. Please vote yes on House Bill 1411.
Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Marble, Hill, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Cook, Crowder, Scott, Heisey, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1411 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senators Winter, Bridges, Moreno, Story, Priola, Danielson, Lee. Please add the President. And please add the President. And the Majority Leader.
Please add Senator Janal as co-sponsor. Co-sponsors, House Bill 1411, Senator Hansen, Gonzalez. Tate. Senator Danielson, we have you recorded. Senator Lee, we have you recorded. Please add Senator Foote, Senator Story, Senator Zenzinger. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Kennedy and Cutter and Senator Story and Zenzinger, concerning assistance for individuals unable to pay their utility bills due to the economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and in connection therewith transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Energy Outreach Colorado Low Income Energy Assistance to provide such assistance.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1412, and I humbly ask this body to allow permission for a third reading technical amendment.
Will the good senator from Jefferson County please explain the need for the Senate to give you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
Yesterday, we added an amendment that it turns out we couldn't actually do, so we have to take it back off. Very technical.
The question before the body is to allow the good senator from Jefferson County permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment L008.
Amendment L008, House Bill 1412 by Senator
Senator
Stark.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. L008 removes the word water.
Will the senator please move the amendment?
I did. I move L008.
To the amendment.
I already did. That's my second time. We're removing the word water.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 008 to House Bill 1412? Seeing none, the motion, Senator Bridges.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just curious as to why we're removing the word water. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Ms. Senator from where you're from. So this bill is to help with energy assistance for people who need that assistance during the COVID pandemic. This is CARES Act money. Unfortunately, because it is CARES Act money, the funds have to be distributed by December, and there isn't currently the infrastructure in place to be able to get the funds out for water as well as energy in time to be able to utilize those funds. So it'll just be for energy at this time.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment L008 to House Bill 1412. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. I renew my motion to adopt House Bill 1412 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Marble, Hill, Lundin, Gardner, the Minority Leader, Smallwood, Rankin, Woodward, Quorum, Scott. With 25 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1412 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Tate, Moreno, Todd, Janal, Winter, Bridges, Danielson, Williams, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Hanson, Lee, Rodriguez, Priola. Please add the president, Senator Todd. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1460 over to the bottom of the third reading of bill's calendar. An entire bill.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1416 to the bottom of the third readings calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1416 will be moved to the bottom of the third reading calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1265.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1265. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1265, that motion is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez and Senators Gonzalez and Moreno concerning increased public protections from emissions of air toxics.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage. We were hopeful it was a parting gift from the senator from El Paso County, but next time.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Scott, Minority Leader, Lundin, Heisey, Hill, Marble, Quorum, Crowder, Cook, Woodward, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Tate. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1265 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Donovan, Winter, Zenzinger, Story, Lee, Janal, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1418.
House Bill 1418 by Representative Becker and Senator Todd concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I move, I think, my last bill, House Bill 1418, to the on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion?
Of course.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I guess it's a challenge that we have right now as we recognize the cuts we need to take. I confess I'm very disappointed with the choices we've made in the last couple of weeks. We say that funding schools and teachers are our most important thing, but our actions don't follow our words in these last couple of weeks. We have passed multiple bills that increase funding in other areas, and whether we think that funding is important or not, it sends the message. It sends the message to every single one of our students and teachers and districts that they are not the most important thing that we could be doing. And one of the things that actually brings the R's and the D's together, brings both sides of the aisle together in Colorado, has been the recognition of the importance of public schooling in Colorado. Public schools were part of the requirement for statehood. Actually, in 1876, when we became a state, that was part of the required application, was a system of free public schools. And hence we have Colorado, in our Constitution, Colorado shall have a thorough and uniform system of free public schools for those aged 6 to 21. So, even if you dislike it, we all swore an oath to the Constitution. And the Constitution is our guiding document here. So it's our top priority. And we know it's our top priority. We've said it, and I believe we actually think it. But we haven't done as well as we could. In fact, we have abandoned that notion in favor of other projects. And I get it. I get the idea that, well, politics demands that we do this, and that we fund this government program, and we fund these, and these are really important. I get all that. I'll return to a speech I gave earlier today. Education is the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to the next. And our actions have not followed our words, that education is the most important thing we could possibly do down here. And so when we deal with that, when we talk to our superintendents, when we talk to our teachers, we have to be honest and say that it didn't have to be this painful. We knew it was going to be painful, but it didn't have to be this painful. And that's on us and this body. I don't expect the House to get such complicated logic. I expect us to. I expect us to have the willingness to stand up here and say, you know, I think this is really important. I've worked on this for 7 years or 6 years or 5 years or 8 years, but our kids and our teachers are more important. And I think the school finance bill reflects the fact that we have not made them our top priority this year. And so we still have time. I know there's discussion about, well, we're going to finish on Friday. Well, we're going to finish on Saturday. Well, maybe not Saturday. We'll come back on Monday. The reality is we have time. We have time to work on this. We have time to sit down and say, all right, let's get a bipartisan group of us and say, what are those things that we should be eliminating? And I realize JBC will come up here and tell me they've already done all that. But the reality is we've passed other funding. We've passed other new spending. We've passed other new programs. And we have not prioritized our teachers and our students and our schools. And so respectfully, I will ask that we say no on this one, or we spend more time on it before we say yes to it. I think there's a way we could certainly get to yes in a very bipartisan way. But right now we have not done that, and we have not made it a priority. And colleagues, we can do a lot better for our students and for our teachers.
Awesome. Thanks.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday we had extensive debate on this, and I have two fundamental reasons why I, at the end of the day, am a no vote. You just heard a very clear, erudite explanation of my first reason why I won't be able to support this. We can do better. Today's 81 of 120. If we chose to do better, we could do better. The first filter I've been asking on all the dollars we spend should be, is this an investment for the future of Colorado? There is no better investment for the future of Colorado than in the students of Colorado. So that's point one in objection. Point two in objection to the bill is this bill contains a Trojan horse. It contains a trapdoor. It contains something that I think at the end of the day sets up an abuse of an end run on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, would take from the people at the local level the ability to vote yes or no on a tax increase, and it would move that authority into the hands of the General Assembly potentially, and I object to that. I just think that's the wrong way to go. It's section 33 through 38 of the bill. And there's a really complicated big conversation around the inputs, where the money coming into the system is. And I'm going to take just a parenthetical moment to say it has been my contention for the almost 9 years that I have been working on the formula that we use to fund public education, that to change the conversation in the mind of the taxpayers, to potentially get them to be more willing to say, yes, we actually do want to put more money into that, you have to change the distribution, how it is that we send the money out. Right now, the how it is all about the adults. It's all about the pre-existing system. It's all about the constituencies. It's all about that word that just grates on my ears like nails on a chalkboard, stakeholders. And it doesn't speak to the students. We need to do a far better job in the way we spend money about making that money effective, active, and engaged, and honoring of the student who presents him or herself to the doors of our public education system. So if we could get to that conversation, if we could change the way that we fund schools to honor more clearly the students and the needs of those students, I think the conversation around could we get to more money would be an honest conversation, instead of the Trojan horse approach that this bill has in section 33 through 38. So we've got a multi-billion-dollar agreement on this bill, but we're arguing, our side is arguing, I shouldn't say that. the folks on my side of the aisle. There is not an our side and your side. We're all in this together, and there's $1 billion proof of that, multi-billion-dollar proof of that in this bill. But the argument you're hearing from colleagues on my side of the aisle is we can do better. Even in these challenging and trying times, we can do better and we should do better. And I therefore rise regretfully in opposition of House Bill 1418. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just can't even begin to explain how big $3.3 billion is. It's just unfathomable to try and close a $3.3 billion budget gap. But that's how big the hole was. And obviously, we didn't want any of those cuts to affect education. So we set education aside. We put it to the end. And we got to work. So what did we do? Well, let's see. For the Judicial Department, we reduced their centrally appropriated line items by $9.6 million. We reduced the car center debt service adjustments by 7.1, the car center maintenance adjustment by 3.6 million. We reduced their underfunded courthouse facilities grant program by 2.5. We reduced the appropriation to our correctional treatment cash fund by 2.5. We reduced our trial court reductions and refinance by 1.9. We reduced our mental health criminal justice diversion grant program by $1 million. We reduced our judicial education program by $506,000. We reduced our executive training and education program by $500,000. We reduced our family violence justice grants by $500,000. We reduced our adult pretrial diversion program by $400,000. We reduced our provider rate decrease of $369,000. We reduced our eviction legal defense fund by $300,000. We reduced our court liaison program by $263,000. We reduced our technical adjustments by $236,000. We reduced and refinanced our courthouse security grants by $229,000. We reduced our indirect cost adjustments by $224,000. We reduced our probation adjustments by $200,000. We moved and adjusted appropriations for Senate Bill 108 by $57,000. We readjusted and reduced our non-prioritized requests by $14,000. And we reduced our IEC adjustment of $10,000. For a whopping total of $8,317,118, which means that we only had $3,291,682,882 to go. So, Department of Local Affairs, what do we do there? Well, we reduced the gray and black market marijuana unused funds adjustment by $4 million. We reduced our annualized prior legislation by $2.9 million. We reduced our crime prevention initiative unused funds by $1 million. We reduced our crime prevention initiative grant program by $1 million. We reduced our Defense Council on First Appearance grant program by $997,145. We reduced technical changes by $408,000, centrally appropriated line items by $383,000, annualized our prior year budget actions, a reduction of $283,000, the Moffett Tunnel District spending authority adjustment of $95,000, a whopping $10,972,453. So now we are left with $3,261,952,290 to go. Now I could keep going on, except that I timed it, and it's more than 20 minutes. So I'm going to skip to agriculture. What did we do in ag? Well, in agriculture, if you look at this budget book, it actually went up. The funding for agriculture went up in this budget. And you must be asking yourself, with a $3.3 billion hole, why? Why is it that agriculture went up? Well, that's because the only area that we are allowed to cut is from the general fund. So we did cut. We cut $596,789 from agriculture, but their general fund portion of the budget was only $12 million. So we could have zeroed out the entire general fund appropriation for agriculture, the governor's office, the Department of Labor and Employment, law, the legislative, the Military and Veteran Affairs Office, the Natural Resources Office, personnel, CDPHE, public safety, DORA, the state, and transportation. If we zeroed them out, like literally spent no dollars in those departments, took them down to zero, we would have saved $430 million. So now we have $2,831,164,000 and, well, $2,831,164,678 to go. Now, I know that the minority leader is very fond of history lessons, and we have heard a few from other colleagues in this chamber as well. So let me jump in and provide a different kind of lesson. And even though I'm a history teacher, I'm going to tell you something about the budget. The legislature has the authority over approximately 1/3 of our budget, the general fund. That is all we have the ability to manipulate. The majority of our general fund is made up of the big five: K-12 education, higher education, HCPF, which is healthcare policy and financing, or Medicaid, human services, and corrections. So we were facing a $3.3 billion revenue loss, which translated into a 25% reduction to the general fund. And if we were to make a, let's just say, 10% reduction to corrections, one of our five, we would have had to release 5,000 prisoners and close down 9 prisons. That's just a 10% reduction. So we couldn't. We could not reduce prisons by 10%, even though we were looking at a 25% reduction scenario. That only leaves 4: K-12, higher ed, HCPF, and human services. Mind you, we've already zeroed out, theoretically, all of those other departments, and it didn't even come up to $500 million. So we're down to 4. So we did cut HCPF. We cut HCPF $194 million from the general fund, but if you look in this budget book, you're going to see that HCPF's funding went up. And again, you're going to say, well, how can that be? Well, because most of HCPF is made up of federal funds for Medicaid, and we're required to do a state match. So there just wasn't much there to cut. So now we're down to 3. Now we're down to K-12, higher ed, and human services. And so we got to work. And we cut $64 million from human services. And those things were difficult because those included cuts to seniors, veterans, children, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, mental health programs. But we couldn't responsibly cut any more than what we did from human services because the impact would have been too great. And even with these cuts, we were still facing $3,197,701,630 to go.
Would the good senator from Jefferson County like to be extended into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, please.
Continue, Senator.
So now we're down to two. We have two places that we can go now. We can go to education, or we can go to higher ed. So we did. We reduced higher ed by just over $500 million in the general fund, and I don't relish those cuts. I served on an interim committee over the summer on how to make higher education more attainable. And we learned all too well how previous downturns in our economy had a lingering negative effect on higher ed. We cut higher ed by 58%, which sounds like a lot, except that over time, we have reduced higher education funding in Colorado so significantly over the years, and we never restored those cuts to higher education, that our state now only contributes up to 30% of their budgets. So 58% of the 30% that we give them. And when you factor in the funding from the CARES Act, they were reduced by approximately 5%. So now we've gone everywhere. We've looked into all the departments we can possibly cut, even though they don't make up the general fund. We looked at the big five. We did what we could. We cut, and we cut, and we cut, and we cut, and we cut, until we got to the very end. And I'm telling you, literally, the last motion that went into the budget. That last motion was the amount of money that we set aside to appropriate for education. Now, we did not balance the budget on the backs of our kids. I've heard that. I've heard that time and time again, and I will tell you we did not. But we did balance the budget. And we balanced it on the back of every citizen in Colorado. A $3.3 billion hole. A 25% reduction in the general fund. And even though education makes up 40% of that general fund, we cut them 6%. And when you factor in the money that they're getting from the CARES Act, it comes down to 1. And I don't relish it, and I don't want it. Now, once we pass this School Finance Act today, we will be increasing the negative factor. $3.3 billion. We couldn't not touch education. But we faced the worst budget gap in our state's history more than any other downturn combined. It was a bad year for everyone. And quite frankly, if we don't work to address the systemic problems that we have right now with the way that we finance our schools, next year is going to be a hell of a lot worse. I am asking for your aye vote today because we did the best we could. We produced a balanced budget.
We saved the reductions to education until we didn't have any other options. And at the end of the day, your aye vote on this school budget, on this School Finance Act, is what will actually fund our schools. You don't have to like it. I know I don't. But it is our responsibility.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very, very difficult budget to balance for the state of Colorado. And for the sake of context, I always want to remind us that the people of Colorado, the businesses of Colorado, the people who just want to get back to work and the job creators who just want to get back to creating jobs are under similar pressure, many of them far greater pressure. As we've discussed, and I would just echo the prior speaker, the good senator from Jefferson County began by walking through the cuts to the Department of Law. And there were many, 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 many items. There were 15 or 20 different items she walked down through that led to an $8 million cut. The challenge is we have seen a parallel number that was presented from this side of the chamber in a new policy, a new idea, a new favoritism for the creation of a public employees union that is in the context over 2 years of spending of about that same $8 million. Well, that's new. That's created out of whole cloth, a new idea. And I argued against that at the time as a matter of policy and as a matter of dollars and cents. That $8 million to create a new program, a public employees union, for employees who are under demonstrably far less pressure than the 17 other sectors of employees and workers and job individuals who just want to get back to their jobs in Colorado, is an amount equal to, or roughly equal to, the cuts in the Department of Law. But to the question of, well, that's only $8 million and the solution we're looking for is far bigger, we come down to making tough judgments in this chamber. That is our responsibility. When you look at the general fund decrease, oh, no, it's an increase, general fund dollar increase for Medicaid, this is the fungible dollars, the actual dollars we as policymakers can say, yep, that's the sales and income taxes coming in from the people of Colorado. We can spend it wherever we choose to spend it. The general fund portion of Medicaid expenses is up 12.4%. Meanwhile, the spending for education is down more than 5%. Well, that's a 17% delta. Now, and it's a big number. That Medicaid increase is $371 million. That'd go a long way toward backfilling that $500 million that we offered an amendment on to reduce the budget stabilization factor and put that money into public education. Or even if you just chose to reallocate half of that, cut that 12% increase down to a 6% increase, and then mitigated the 5% decrease that public education is getting. Simply, I'm illustrating there are pathways to do it, and the choices are difficult. I'm not minimizing that at all. I'm simply arguing for the fact that, in my perspective, the investment that we would be putting into the school children of Colorado will return far greater results for us than the consumption we are making in that particular alternative expenditure in the budget. And that's why, in good faith and in an effort to get to a better conversation, if we don't get there today, let's get there next year, because we're going to have, round two of a very challenging budget conversation next year. because businesses are still largely shut down. They're just now starting to open back up. And that's the real economy. They're under greater budget pressure than the state is under budget pressure. And what they are not making in revenues and won't be paying in taxes is going to redound to an even more challenging conversation for us next year. So simply the point I'm making is, if we can't get there this year on investing more completely in the school children of Colorado, let's plan, let's prepare, let's think, let's do the work to get at that in the ensuing conversation, because I think this conversation is going to be even more difficult next year, perhaps, than it is now. So I just wanted to redirect a little bit. Make clear that, yes, it is challenging. Yes, it is difficult, and it is heartbreaking, some of the cuts that need to be made, but there is a pathway towards finding the dollars, substantial dollars. I'm not just talking digging in the couch cushions here. The $7 million we're spending to stand a public employees union, new policy, bad idea. That $7 million should be going into public education, and it is not. But there are also places where we can go get substantial, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that we could be looking at, and only by diminishing an increase, a dramatic, a more than 12% increase in an area that would give us, if we cut that in half, $180 million that we could be, and just cutting that by half, not eliminating that increase, but cutting that by half. Mr. President, I appreciate your attention. This is a difficult conversation. It's a conversation around prioritization, and I would hope that this conversation echoes next year as we walk through an even more challenging, potentially even more challenging budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bridges, followed by Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, my colleague quoted Shakespeare the other day. I'd like to quote a lesser-known Brit, but still very important, Tony Blair. So Tony Blair once said, when he was in the minority, and here I'm going to channel my inner Daniel Kagan here, another lesser-known Brit. He said, in the minority, people come in, and they say, oh, we must make this change. And you say, yes, yes, we must make that change. And then other people come in and say, we must make this change. And you say, oh, yes, yes, we must make this change. Yes, of course. And then you come into the majority. And you realize that tough choices have to be made. And that not every constituency can be satisfied every single time. It is pretty easy to Monday morning quarterback. It is a lot harder to do the work. There was a lot of work put into this bill. There were a lot of decisions that could have been made differently. But I think when you heard that list that the good senator on the Budget Committee read off, and you realize the hard decisions that we made, it's a lot easier to say, yes, yes, of course, yes, yes, we must make that change, yes, than it is to actually do the work. I urge and I vote on this bill.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public education is all about investing in our kids. Both sides of the aisle claim public education is a priority, and it includes investing in our kids, paying our teachers better, buying down the budget stabilization factor, investing more in rural schools, and a number of other things that we've all talked about that we think is important relative to public education. But what might have happened if CDE hadn't told school districts not to spend beyond the Tabor caps, even though 174 of 178 districts had voted to waive adhering to Tabor caps? What might have happened? Indications are that schools would have had over $5 billion more to work with since then. Do you think, if that had happened, that Colorado would now be ranked at the bottom in per pupil student funding? Do you think that teacher pay would be at the bottom relative to other states? Do you think teachers would be working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet in Colorado? Do you think we would have an educator shortage of 3,000 open teaching positions across the state? Do you think that we might have a full range of elective classes in high schools? Do you think we might have full-time clinic aides in every school? Do you think we might have adequate mental health and behavioral health supports for all kids? Do you think we might be serving our kids better if districts had not adhered to or CDE had not made that recommendation? I have heard people talk about that politics is the art of the possible. And I think it is. Like, what might be possible if, in fact, when we pass this bill, that we correct a situation that occurred a long time ago in order to provide additional funding in our schools eventually. This bill has nothing to do with a Trojan horse. This is actually a gift horse to allow us to better fund an education system. And I urge and I vote on this bill from all of us.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's an old saying that goes like this: those who live in a glass house should not throw stones. When I think about my colleague who was just up here talking about her labor, the intensity of what she had to do to balance the budget, you could just see it through her emotions how difficult this was for her. Maybe not just for her, but for that whole committee when you think about all that had to be done to balance the budget at the tune of $3.3 billion. She is a teacher. She told you that. She teaches history. What she did was not malice. She did her best work. And I don't think we should be throwing stones. I don't think we should be overly critical, because we're dealing in a very difficult time and crisis where everybody is having to make some complex choices and decisions. I want to commend JBC and all the people who serve on that committee and the staff that help support them. This is not easy work to do, but they balance our budget. And those are two critical things that we have to accomplish when we're down here. We have to balance the budget, and we have to pass the School Finance Act. Members, we did that. We should be proud. Is it perfect? No. Did we have to make some cuts? Yes. We made some deep cuts. I heard one of the members say something about some of the programs. If you look through the bill, a lot of programs were cut. Programs that we wanted to see continued will not continue because there's no funding to do so. This budget, despite how you feel about it, with the stones that you're throwing at it, provides an increase for per pupil funding of $132.08. So I'm not quite sure why we're throwing stones, why we're criticizing it. I believe that we did the best we could with what we had to do. So members, I'm voting yes on House Bill 1418, and I hope you will do the same.
Further discussion. Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, I think, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for caring for our kids in Colorado, because that's what we're talking about. And that's what I want to bring it back to. Thank you for feeling strong and passionate about making sure that all of our children across this great state, the Centennial State, are given great opportunities to learn, to grow, to expand, and to be able to be who they want to be, make their dreams come true. For those children that are in a home where college education never seemed to be feasible, or a possibility of post-secondary education, what those opportunities might look like, that you care about each and every one of them, that you care about wanting to make sure that the opportunities that we are affording them are provided. One of the greatest challenges we have in the state of Colorado is to make sure that children all over our state, from the north, south, east, west, to the middle of our state, all are given the same kinds of opportunities. That has been a commitment I've made for 16 years. I have fought hard for the rural communities. I'm not rural. There's nothing rural. My neighbors do have some chicken coops, but there are not many rural parts of my county or of my district. But I believe in making sure that those opportunities, because of a zip code, are not left behind. It is a matter of saying thank you to our citizens who say, yes, we'll go to that bake sale. We'll buy whatever it is that the kids are selling, trash bags, calendars, cookies, whatever it is, to help keep our schools moving. Yes, we will debruce. We will make sure that the money that we are paying can stay in our district. Yes, we will try to pass bond issues, mill levies. Yes, we will invest and support BEST, because we know that has been one tool in the toolbox that has worked to help make sure that our buildings can be built, not just in the rural parts of our state, but across the state by matching funds. We have done so many different creative things to fund education. And that's what this bill is about. During all of these cuts, during all of the downturn, during the time that we are seeing right now that there are so many people hurting. And when we hear small businesses and we hear that people are in long lines trying to just get food, those long lines are also our children. That during this COVID, this whole period of time, our schools have stood up and provided lunches for these children. It might be their only meal of the day. So when I look at this bill, and as I presented it, when I presented it in finance, I cried. I cried when I listened to the JBC hearings. We heard it from the good senator from Jefferson County. It hurts deeply because we know that there will be children and families that are going to continue struggling. Is this bill perfect? I've not met a perfect bill since I came down here. But is it the best I believe we can do with amazing amount of input from so many different people who have great minds of trying to figure out what can we do? Yes, have we carried some legislation this year that maybe could have gone to education? Perhaps. But did it help another group of people along the way? Families are not separate from children. Children are a part of the family. And so when we are investing in families, whether it's our state workers or whatever the different legislation is that we've done, it is part of the entire solution. It is a part of the equation to make sure that everyone is getting a piece of the pie. And our pie is very thin. I'm very proud to be the sponsor of this Senate bill. I'm very proud to have been able to be privileged to serve as the chair of education for the last 2 years. But most importantly, I'm really proud of the fact that we care in the state of Colorado, and that the passion that was shown, whether those that are opposing or supporting this bill, is strong for our children. Because that is what makes the difference. That is what makes the difference of whether we continue on and whether we find solutions and we continue to make promises to those children that day in, day out, we're not sure, how am I going to get my education the rest of this year? I'm at home, I don't have access to broadband, or I don't have access to a computer, but the schools have tried to figure out ways to make it happen. Teachers got in their own cars and drove out and delivered curriculum and lessons for children. We don't stop in Colorado because of a budget shortfall. We rise to an occasion and we look for solutions. And that is what the Colorado State Senate is about. It is what the House is about. We were elected to come and make sure that we are advocating. We are advocating for our children. We are advocating for our families. And again, I do understand where there is concern about one part of this bill. I get that and I understand it. But I would ask you today, please look past that. Please join in making sure that you can go back to your districts and say, I support public education in the state of Colorado, and I voted to make sure that through these difficult times, we are still going to make sure we are providing for each and every child to become risen to their full potential. I thank you all for your time. I thank you for the effort of words that have been spoken. My only regret for this bill, because of my philosophy, is I fear it won't be bipartisan. I ask you, please, reconsider and support House Bill 1418 in the benefit of all children in Colorado. And with that, Mr. President, I proudly move my last bill, House Bill 1418, on third and final reading.
Having no further discussion before the body, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1418 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Marble, Crowder, Quorum, Cook, Hill, Priola, Woodward, Scott, Minority Leader, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1418 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Moreno, Majority Leader, Fields, Williams, Rodriguez, Winter, Story, Janal, Hanson, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 224. Excuse me, correction. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1416.
Bill 1416 by Representatives Gardner, Neville, Senators Finberg, and Holbert concerning the modification of fiscal information prepared by legislative council staff related to an initiated measure and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1416 lay over until later this afternoon.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1416 will be laid over to the balance of calendar this afternoon. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are going to break from the floor to allow committees to meet. I'll let the chairs make their announcements about what and where they're going to be. So, Mr. President, for now, I move that the balance of the calendar lay over until later this afternoon.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The balance of the calendar be laid over until later this afternoon. Announcements. Message from the House.
House is passed on third reading, transmitted of Rise of Statutes, House Bill 1406, amendments printed in the House Journal, June 10, 2020. House Bill 1421, amendments printed in the House Journal, June 10, 2020. House Bill 1423, amendments printed in the House Journal, June 10, 2020. The House is passed on third reading, transmitted of Rise of Statutes, House Bill 1419, 1422, and 1424. The House is passed on third reading, transmitted of Rise of Statutes, Senate Bill 185, amendments printed in the House Journal, June 10, 2020.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1419, 1422, 1424 without comment as amended. House Bill 1406, 1421, 1423. We herewith transmit without comment as amended. Senate Bill 185.
Announcements. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have State Affairs Committee coming up at 15 minutes upon adjournment. It's in the old Supreme Court. There are two bills on the schedule. House Bill 1113 and House Bill 1332. That's 15 minutes upon adjournment in the old Supreme Court. State Affairs.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you, members. Senate Finance Committee members, we will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment in Senate Committee Room 357. We have one bill on the calendar, and that's House Bill 1197. See you all promptly for a brief meeting. Thank you.
A yarmulke, are those called? We should probably introduce those bills because we might want to put the committee. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1297 by Representatives Bailey and Singer and Senator Lundeen concerning clarifying that personal immunization exemptions cannot be used as the sole basis for child abuse or neglect for the purpose of Colorado's Children's Code.
State Veterans and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1406 by Representatives Arndt and Senator Moreno concerning the augmentation of the general fund through transfers of certain money.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1419 by Representatives Escar and Landgraf, Senators Moreno and Quorum concerning the creation of a cash fund in which money received from pharmaceutical rebates from the State Drug Assistance Program administered by the Department of Public Health and Environment will be credited.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1421 by Representatives Robertson, Sane, Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg concerning delinquent interest payments for property tax payments.
Finance.
House Bill 1422 by Representatives Escar and Cutter and Senators Story and Zenzinger concerning the creation of the Food Pantry Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith authorizing allocation of money the state receives from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund.
State Veterans and Military Affairs.
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Tippett and Neville, Senators Woodward and Zinzinger concerning the one-year suspension of scheduled pay increase for members of the Colorado General Assembly and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Appropriations. Message from the House.
House has passed on third reading and transmitted the revised statutes. House Bill 1420 minutes printed in the House Journal June 10th and amended on third reading is printed in the House Journal June 11, 2020. The House has passed bill and indefinitely Senate Bill 119. The bill is returned herewith.
It says any bills refer to committee, so we don't have to.
So what are my new bills? What are my new bills? Do you have a list?
Your Honor, we'll just recess.
No.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Oh yeah, who is it again? No one's here.
Foot and marble. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just a quick announcement for the three of you who are still in the chamber. We will be doing tributes for Senator Foote and Senator Marble this afternoon.
I'll be short.
I'm not sure if they knew that, but yeah.
No, that won't take much time at all.
And Mr. President, we will be coming back after committees meet. So for now, I move that the Senate recess until 2:30 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Some are.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand at recess until 14:30 today.